Me and a friend investigated the Bristol Hum back in 2021, and we may have found the source. For those who don't know about the Bristol Hum, imagine a pulsating, throbbing, low-pitched sound, like an air turbulence or that sort of sound you hear in horror movies before something bad happens. As you can guess, it could be annoying, and best of all, no one knows the cause. There have been various investigations over the years, and supposed recordings along with hypothesis after hypothesis, yet no one knows the true cause. And it's made stranger by the fact that the hum isn't just in Bristol, or the UK, or Europe. It's been heard all over the world. Me and one friend, who we'll call M, started hearing the hum back in 2020 during the lockdowns, exclusively at night. The day after the first night I heard it, I phoned M up, and his first words, "Dude, what was that strange sound last night?" And for the next year, we continued to hear it. And that's when our interest in finding the cause increased. Our attempts at recording it were in vain, but we did manage to get something with the help of a friend who works in audio. We tried to use special microphones to find a bearing of the sound, but it seemed like it was coming from every direction. One night, the hum was particularly strong, so the next day I had an interesting proposition for M to investigate it, to assemble a small group and leave our comfort zone to find the source once and for all. So the next day I texted all my friends, expecting at least a few to decline. But it turned out they'd all been hearing it since 2020, and were just as interested, and so we all agreed to prepare and wait for a night where it's bad again and hunt it down. You see, the hum isn't as bad every night, and some nights it's not there at all. It's one aspect about it that can drive you insane and leave you wondering if you just imagined it. Over the next few weeks, we got our equipment and plans together. Sound engineer friend S supplied us with recorders and microphones. A friend who liked airsoft, T, provided us with two-way radios, torches, and a military-grade NVG PS14. For me, at least. The rest of the crew got night vision camcorders. We all coordinated it like a military operation. My job, since I had the night vision device, was just to keep an eye out, while recording the hum, making notes with my recorder. S would attempt to narrow down the direction of the sound and give us areas to investigate. M would be providing backup for me and focus on videoing the action. T would keep track of where we were and would be the first to investigate any potential sources before we went in further. Finally, a techie friend, B, kept an eye on our locations with Find My iPhone, and monitored and recorded our audio communications all from home. Our plan was simple: wait for a night when the hum was strong by 12 AM, and if we all heard it, we were to bring our equipment and rendezvous at a nearby park, starting our search from there. Every night we made sure to keep our batteries charged, and followed T's strong advice not to burn out his NVD by using it during the day. It took a few nights, but finally the night came. Quickly texting my friends, they all confirmed they heard it too. Some even texted before me. X was notified, and I grabbed my recorder, phone, NVD, torch, and made my way to the park. The rendezvous went perfectly. We met up and set up and tested our equipment, everything on and recording. We started off, the hum sounded kind of different outside, and S had found an ever so slightly stronger hum signature towards the west. In the back of my mind, it occurred to me that it could just be ships, but there was no turning back now. We advanced westward down the Avon. S still reporting the hum was stronger towards the west. Soon we passed the SS Great Britain, but according to S, no sound signature was coming from her, and my NVD showed nothing. We continued advancing for an hour and a half, and soon the city of Bristol was behind us, and we were on the near the Ley Woods between Bristol and the Dock, heading towards the Clifton Bridge. Suddenly, our radios crackled into life with the voice of B. "This is Control. Com check, 1, 2, 3. Control was what we called B over the radios. "What is your 1020? I repeat, what is your 1020? 1020 is old CB code words for location, so I replied. "Just wanted to warn you that your signal is dipping. I estimate you will have no comms back to me if you go beyond the bridge. I advise keeping to high ground." We heeded B's warning and continued on, keeping away from the edge of the Avon while trying to stick to higher ground. It was pitch black, and the PVS-14 was doing a great job of making sure I could see. What I didn't realize was the hum was becoming increasingly louder, and it was being picked up clearly on all our recorders. The reports from S solidified that, and we were just a few hundred yards away from the bridge when I noticed the hum. It was strongest I'd heard it. S moved even closer to the bridge and reported that it seemed to be coming from across the Avon, somewhere in or near Leigh Woods. We all focused our equipment across the gorge, but I couldn't really see anything out of the ordinary. To my perspective, it just looked like when you see night vision being used in the woods. Creepy, but nothing obvious popped out as an immediate threat. We stood around investigating for a while, not finding much of anything. We decided to backtrack to investigate Leigh Woods. We found our way on the other side of the Avon Gorge and kept following the hum. It seemed to be getting much stronger. You could almost feel it. The whole group descended into Leigh Wood, and that's when we noticed it. Aside from the hum, there was no other sounds. The woods seemed devoid of any animal life. I looked around the woods and up at the night sky. I thought I noticed a little structure in the distance, and S's sound equipment showed the strongest signature yet emanating from that direction. It was at this point that M started telling me he was getting a bad feeling. We had fearless almost the entire investigation up to this point. I did too, thinking something was disagreeable about the hum. Something not right. But I quickly snapped out of it. It's just a strange sound. That's all. We slowly advanced towards the small structure with T at the front of the group. As it drew closer, it seemed little more than a small wooden shed, the kind you would see in someone's back garden. A familiar sight in an otherwise creepy landscape. Yet I did feel as though bad vibes were coming from the shed. I dismissed it as infrasound from the hum. Infrasound is supposedly a pitch of sound that can cause feelings of anxiety, creepiness, and paranoia, and the hum apparently produces it. At this point, it felt extremely strong. It felt like it was emanating from the shed. And indeed, T said he could almost feel it with his hand against the woodwork. The shed was up against a tree, and the 4 windows on one side seemed to have been painted over. None of us could see what was in there when we peered in with our night vision devices and torches. The front and only door was locked by an old-fashioned lever-type padlock. It was here our radios lit up with a crackly transmission, barely understandable. It was from B, another comm check. We told him of the shed, the padlock, the painted-over windows. B told us that he would continue tracking us, but radio communication might be hard or impossible any further out, saying the trees were blocking the signal. We looked at the shed and wondered if and how we should effect an entry. None of us knew lockpicking, so that was out of the question. T told us that if we really wanted to see the source of the hum, put a stop to it and possibly even end up in the news, we were going to have to break in. T, who was the kind of person to do an SAS-type raid on his own house, and the person assigned to go in before us, happily obliged to do it. Every kick at that wooden door sent a loud rattling bang across the gorge. It seemed much louder than the hum, almost like a gun going off. And I wondered what gossip there would be tomorrow of the hum and apparent gunshots. The hum didn't even seem that loud, but S said those low-pitched sounds can travel far and wide, like a ship's horn, and that the sound of our forced entry wasn't going that far. With every kick, the wood seemed to weaken, and on the 5th kick, the wood around the shackle gave way and the lock flew off. The door didn't burst open, as it was an outward opening door. T put his foot in the door, and after a count of 3, swung the door open. Our equipment focused on the space as T went in first. It looked like a typical shed. A shelf hung below the windows. We all checked for signs of security cameras, but there was nothing, save for a small box we went through, and it just contained old car parts, some old gaskets, a stereo, filters, and some aftermarket steering wheel. We were all just going to leave when T suggested something. Wait a minute. Move the box. Don't ask why, just move it. I shifted the box across a small space. To my surprise, there was a hatch. I thought so, T said. T again, obliged to lift the hatch as we watched and filmed on. All I saw down there was a blizzard against an inky black sky. The Achilles heel of passive image amplification, according to T, was true darkness, not star or moonlight, so we'd all need our camcorder's night vision, which are like invisible torches switched on. According to T, the NVDs were capable of seeing this infrared night vision. T descended on a dodgy old ladder and came down to a small space with an indescript piece of machinery. The hum seemed to emanate out of this hole, from this machine. We all descended after T deemed it was safe. The space was no bigger than the shed itself, The machine seemed to vibrate with the humming, and sheets of paper littered the floor. We walked over to one corner, where there was a little table with an old book on it. It looked Victorian, like the kind of book that would contain a 19th century engineering text. It was blank on the cover, but the first page was signed by I.K. Brunel, the late great engineer, and most of the book, written in Latin with some English, mixed in with depictions of whatever the pump-like steampunk apparatus behind us was. Thinking back now, it had a thick wire extending straight into the earth. We did manage to find some English writing in the book, reading by torch because that PVS made it almost impossible to read close up. Such an apparatus shall guarantee the West Country, if not the entire world, a certain security from the beast. The word beast was underlined, but a weird book was never going to put a stop to the sound that had quizzed the world over. So T went up to it and, grabbing a lever like you would see on an old steam locomotive, squeezed the trigger and pulled it. Just like that, the hum stopped. It was now 3:30 in the morning. We left, but not before taking the book with us. As we exited the shed to a hum-free world, we radioed B and told him of what we did. We would be in the news for sure, and no doubt soon people who knew what they were actually doing would descend upon the machine. But we never got that far, for as we were walking across Leywood, I caught sight of a huge inky black mass beyond a tree line. We stopped. It was like a dog, almost as big as a car, and even through the NVD, it seemed entirely black. Suddenly it turned toward us. Two eyes seemed to give off an immense amount of infrared light, temporarily blinding me with the NVD, and according to T, caused them to go into autogated bright source protection mode, but it still burned 2 dots into the tube. When I regained my vision, all I remember is shouting, "Run, run, run!" And we took off, running back towards Bristol. We felt a presence much worse than the hum. Thinking back at this point, the hum was almost benign. We ran, but we were soon stopped by a figure in a Victorian dress near a tree. A figure who looked a lot like I.K. Brunel, and who seemed to freeze time as he spoke. "I am the late Brunel, and I come here because I know you switched my apparatus off. That machine protects the world." "Protects the world from what? Not being annoyed?" M said. "From the beast. Let me tell you a little story. You know that in September of 1859, I ceased to be. Such is true. But what has never been told is 3 years before, September of 1856, I saw the beast in this very wood. The hound, he is, sent to collect the souls of those who contract have expired. I knew not long was left after I saw the beast, so between designing my great ship I should never see fully built, work I did upon this machine, putting it into action was the last thing I did before I fell too ill." "The hum, though," T joined in. "A ghost can neither maintain nor oil a machine, so it is not my fault. But the likes of the great Tesla would later improve its powers by way of the so-called Hertzian rays, which were found early on to deter the supernatural." "Indeed," the continued. "If you looked more upon that book of yours, which I ask back, you may find another half of it is written by the great Nikolai Tesla." We handed back the book, and with that, the ghost vanished into thin air, and so did the hound. We looked back and the little shed was gone. We got into contact with P, who said he had been trying to contact us for an hour. It was now 4:30, and we made our way back to Bristol without a problem, apart from the ever-present hum that had returned. The next day we checked our recordings, but it was as if the recordings around the time of finding the shed were deleted. No camera or recorder had any recording of it. It was always us walking into Leywood, then cut to us walking back to Bristol. And that's it. B's recording of our comms was normal, but again there was no mention of a shed or padlock, just B telling the void that the signal was weak. The Find My iPhone logs were of no help either, showing that we went nowhere near where we think the little shed was. Nor did any of S's equipment capture anything. It was the same story. Hum, but the shed. The ghost, the book, none of it. But the only reason I write this 3 years after is because last night I dreamed of a large black dog with red eyes. And that was me and a friend investigated the Bristol Hum back in 2021, and we may have found the source, but I know Communication 7. So I've got to be honest. I enjoyed the concept of the story. I enjoyed a lot of the storytelling elements. But we do still have to kind of talk about how so many commas, so many run-on sentences is like, whoa, it was a grammatical nightmare to read, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just trying to provide a level of a constructive criticism because the only way people can improve, myself included, is if we have feedback. People have to be honest about it. And I mean, maybe English isn't their first language, or maybe they're just a little young or something. There could be a variety of reasons as to why this is. I just thought I'd kind of maybe be the one to be honest enough to say these things. There's certainly a level of misunderstanding and misspellings and stuff like that. Nothing too much that truly takes you out of the story, luckily. I mean, I was still invested, I was still really curious. But then it also just kind of ends, which kind of felt a bit strange if you ask me. Like we finally got to a danger, and then there was a ghost who kind of just made everything go away. It kind of didn't really make a whole lot of sense. Like the shed disappeared as well, and I don't know. You kind of lost me at the end, but overall, I thought it was a good little story, and I definitely think it was worth covering. That's just my 2 cents. Please don't take it the wrong way. I mean all the best. I thought your story was still very good. Don't get me wrong. I've enjoyed myself. I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. Something lives in the Catacombs of Paris. It won't let me leave. Make sure to triple check your gear. Did you use all the packing list I sent you? Jerry asked for probably the 20th time that day. I smirked. Sure thing, Jer. Thanks for looking out for us, I said, looking at the others a bit tongue-in-cheek. Rick mirrored my response, opening his backpack in a facetious frenzy. After a good laugh, Veronique interjected. You're not taking the catacombs seriously, she said, her black hair laying over thin shoulders. She looked a bit like a Tim Burton character, what with her gaunt eyes and pale corpse-like skin. You're only as safe as your group's weakest link. In response to this, Rick looked at me with facetiously wide eyes, in a we're fucked then kind of way. The four of us began our trek through the catacombs. The entrance greeted us eagerly. The darkness seemed to emanate from the mouth of the cave, meeting us in the daylight and beckoning us inside. I blinked, and the effect disappeared. Just a couple of days prior, we'd made a post on Reddit asking for a guide to take us through the catacombs. We received an offer from Veronique, and despite her account being only a couple of days old, Rick and I accepted her offer. Jerry would have preferred a more reputable guide, but acquiesced. Rather than the entrance available to tourists, she took us to a lesser-known entrance through a sewer opening. Despite his best efforts to hide it, Jerry shook like a leaf as we walked through the damp hallway. Brown ivory skulls lined the walls, as expected. Despite being a candidate and PhD in anthropology, Jerry was visibly uncomfortable. He wanted to explore the catacombs to inform his thesis, which was a cross-cultural comparison of funerary practices. He didn't want to go alone, so he offered us use of his cave gear in exchange for our company. Rick and I were in it for the adventure, and Veronique was in it for the $500 we offered her. Given her grouchiness, I think she was beginning to regret the decision. None of you brought any food? She asked, increasingly incredulous at our lack of preparedness. It's an afternoon trip, Rick shot back, a bit defensive. We can go 4 hours without eating. Veronique didn't reply. We pressed on for about an hour, Veronique navigating at the front of the group. She gave directions in her thick Parisian accent, and we fell into a steady walking rhythm. Or so I thought. Veronique, do you even have a map? Jerry asked, tentatively. Veronique put her hand up abruptly. Stop, she ordered. We did, surprised. She snapped her head back at us over her shoulder, her headlamp flashing just to our left. I turned just in time to see a shadow duck around the corner we just passed. I felt my stomach tie up in a knot. Were those fucking footsteps? Jerry asked, clearly rattled. There must be other explorers nearby, Veronique replied. But there are no intersecting paths, Jerry replied, shakily. We've gone down a straight tunnel. And anyone in the hallway with us would have come in from the outside. And why would they turn around so suddenly? Rick pinched the bridge of his nose in clear frustration before walking up to Jerry and putting a hand on his shoulder. Jerry, you're giving me a fucking headache, he said. Just keep working on your notes, he added, before lightly slap-tapping Jerry on the cheek. Jerry turned red and went back to following Veronique, who looked upset on Jerry's behalf. I gave Rick knuckles because that shit was funny, and it immediately relieved my anxiety. We kept going, getting a little hungry about 2 hours in. We only occasionally heard the extra set of footsteps. It's a cave. Of course we're going to hear others' movement echoing through the system. No big deal. Rick and I contented ourselves to following Veronique and Jerry, who'd struck up a conversation about death and their perceptions surrounding it in French culture. The people buried here didn't want to be here, she explained. Its spirits are restless. The city built the catacombs because there were too many burials and not enough available cemetery plots. Medieval Parisians wanted to be buried near churches, not in underground caves. Instead of resting and consort with God, they're trapped here with each other, spending their time looking for others to join them in their eternal slumber. Jerry listened intently, jotting down notes. Veronique paused in front of a fork in the path. Should we go left or right? She asked flatly. Shouldn't you be telling us? Rick said, visibly bored. He turned to me. Waste of $500. He passed Veronique and veered left, probably choosing that direction for no reason in particular. I hurried to keep up with him, leaving Veronique and Jerry behind. Wait! Jerry followed, his too large backpack thumping his lower back. Veronique followed slowly behind. Just as he caught up, our headlamps all turned off simultaneously. We all let out some expression of surprise, except for Veronique, who stayed quiet. Whoa, okay, Rick said. We just have to fix the headlamps. It was the first time that uneasiness had crept into Rick's easygoing manner. How did all 4 lights go out at once? Suddenly, the footsteps came back. This time, at an all-out sprint. Holy fuck, Rick let out, precisely encapsulating my own feelings. I heard him run towards the far wall. I ran to the one closest, planning to flatten myself against it to avoid whatever was making its way toward us. Expecting a cold, hard stone wall, I felt a surprising attracting force towards the wall, like it was trying to absorb me. The footsteps reached us and stopped abruptly with a loud thump. Rick wailed in pain. The footsteps kept going past us and faded into the distance. Our headlamps returned. When our lantern's light returned, I was surprised at how little we could see. Our narrow beams of light offered a small spotlight in the oppressive inky darkness. Rick was laying on the ground, his fists clenched and raised just over his waist. His veins were bulging out from his neck with strain. He was squeezing his eyes shut and clenching his teeth. My leg, he moaned. Oh, my leg. I turned my headlamp towards his legs. His left shin was folded into an unnatural L shape. Veronique and Jerry immediately went to work, the latter building a splint with our available materials and the former retrieving medical supplies. We need to leave, I said in a weaker voice than I expected. Nobody protested. The problem was we were so turned around that we no longer knew from which direction we came. I think Veronique just picked a direction, and we followed. Guys, can we stop, please? Jerry tentatively asked, breaking the silence that we held for the previous half hour. None of us replied, but we obliged. Jerry squatted down and looked at markings on the ground. I approached him from behind to see what he was examining. We were looking at hoof prints and a pile of shit. He adjusted his glasses with a shaky hand. So, aside from the hoof prints, which are unusual in and of themselves, Jerry said before clearing his throat, this dung is cylindrical and firm, both hallmarks of a carnivorous diet, in contrast to the herbivorous diet typical of hooved animals. He stood up unsteadily. Rick hadn't spoken since his leg had been broken. Let's move, I said. Jerry nodded. Veronique stood silent, seemingly staring off at nothing. Help? Anyone? We froze. A voice, unmistakably a child's, came from the depths of the shadows ahead of us. We all pointed our headlamps in the direction of the voice, which revealed a sharp turn. "Help, please. I can't find my dad," it said, beginning to cry after saying the last word. For once, Jerry didn't hesitate. "Jerry, wait!" I pleaded, desperate, but Jerry had already shed his bag and ran over to investigate. When he reached the corner, Jerry looked into the space obscured to us by the wall and turned back to look at us. "There's nothing there." A large, black, gorilla-like hand clamped violently over his face, covering it completely. We only briefly saw his flailing limbs as he was swiftly pulled into the obsidian black, the room filling with the sounds of Jerry being pulverized and eaten. I heard a wet, sickening crunch that must have been his spine. Veronique stood, motionless. I immediately set to carrying Rick in a frantic, unsynchronized limp. Anything to get away from the sickening, wet sounds of dismembered corpse. I didn't think twice about abandoning our guide. We made it around an unfamiliar bend in the path. The surroundings were surreal. The way was illuminated only by my bounding headlamp, a single beam of visibility among a sea of black. No matter where I looked, one skull or another grinned at us, lifelessly. A reminder of our increasingly inevitable doom. After what felt like an eternity, we came across another explorer. He was tall and well-equipped with cave exploration gear. Hey! I said, getting his attention. He looked up at me, nonplussed. "Hey, fellow explorers, having a good—" I cut him off. "Move now! There's a fucking—" I paused, not knowing what to call it. "Something back there that ate Jerry, and Veronique's gone, and Rick's got a broken leg. We need to go before—" I rambled incoherently in complete shock. The stranger, seeing Rick's leg, swept up under Rick's shoulders and took the weight off for me. I collapsed. "It's okay, my friends," he said reassuringly. "The catacombs make crazy people of us all. Rest now." He laid Rick down next to me, giving us both a pillow and thermos full of soup. We're not safe here," I choked out, sniffling. I felt like a child explaining to his father that a skin knee really is the end of the... I felt like a child explaining to his father that a skin knee really is the end of the world. He smiled at me, knowingly. "Drink the broth. You'll feel like a new man." I drank from it greedily, feeling a distinct lack of control over my actions. I finished the thermos, placing it aside, as sleep rapidly overtook me. After an indeterminate time, I woke up to the sound of buzzing flies. I turned to Rick and flicked on my headlamp. He was completely flayed, his bright red skin glistening in the light of my headlamp. I could see each muscle, tendon, and major veins in gruesome detail. Hauntingly, his bulging eyes turned towards me. He rasped, slowly reaching a hand towards me. I made a wild sprint towards anywhere, my headlamp bounding around in claustrophobic darkness. My legs burned, their weight like iron pulling me towards the floor. It was like my bones yearned to join the leagues of ivory remains that surrounded me. I exited the other end of a fork. At the end of the hallway stood a figure, clad in bright orange and a yellow helmet. "Hey!" the voice yelled in a manner to be heard, not to intimidate. "Tom? Tom Johnson, is that you?" I froze. It knew my full name. "You're safe, buddy. I'm here. I'm tethered to the nearest exit. We're going to get you home." I paused. The prospect of rescue was tantalizing, but I wasn't a fucking idiot. With one last wistful glance towards salvation, I turned the other way, continuing my sprint. "Wait, no!" I heard the man shout behind me. "Come home, Tom!" I couldn't get Rick out of my head. Maddeningly, I don't think I ever stopped hearing the footsteps that had begun so early in the trip. And where the fuck did Veronique go? That bitch. Leaving Rick and I behind while Jerry was put through hell's meat grinder? The dizzying madness of the catacombs was getting to me. Timeless. Still, yet teeming with restless dark that seemed animate. I couldn't trust any of my senses. But when I saw a looming barrel-chested figure with horns at the end of a long hallway, I trusted my eyes. Its shiny bull ring contrasted with its midnight black fur. It was like a satyr from hell. I turned in the opposite direction, no idea if I was backtracking towards the Trojan horse rescuer that had beckoned me just minutes before. The bull creature was much faster than me. I had at least 20 feet on it, but it closed in like I wasn't even moving. I had to make a move. Approaching another fork, I took a blind risk, removing my headlamp, I launched it to the left while I myself ran to the right. I heard and saw it clatter away, going down a steep slope. The side I picked was a dead end with an alcove. I quickly tucked inside it and hid from the hell beast just outside. My ploy worked. It ran in the opposite direction, its thundering hooves deafening me as it passed. In the echoing hall, the decibels threatened to leave me with permanent hearing loss. With my ears ringing, I sat back into the wall, equal parts relieved to be alive and scared that death would have been preferable. I quickly realized I had sat on something. A tough, clearly man-made fabric. I took out my phone to use as a flashlight and saw a familiar fluorescent orange. It was the rescuer, mangled inside his suit. He was disemboweled and clearly had been discarded into this corner. While the sight and smell of his butchering was unnerving, it paled in comparison to the crushing realization that my chance at salvation was genuine. I sit now in the dark. I'll use my miraculous bar of service to caution others away from sharing my fate. It's impossible to tell, but it feels like the room has shrunk since I lowered myself to the floor. The beast lurks. I think it knows I tricked it. It'll find me, and when it does, I will join the catacombs. And that was Something Lives in the Catacombs of Paris. It Won't Let Me Leave by Valix HD. What I like about this is it's a real place. So for those of you who may not be aware, there are catacombs under Paris. It's insane. It's just an insane part of history, but it's a real place, and I know I personally have always wanted to go to it, which I probably will one day. I mean, the idea is so cool. Also mortifying, obviously. And I just like the fact it's a fun little story. Maybe a minotaur. It definitely has the description of some kind of a minotaur and a labyrinth kind of a thing. Makes me think of like King Midas times, based on mythology. And I love it. It's simple. It's fun. It's just it's exactly what I would like out of a story. There's nothing else really to say. It's just fun. It's just a lot of fun. Their mind plays tricks on them. The walls like try to absorb them and pull them in with the rest of the spirits. And there's also a creature that pretty much lives there and can kill them. It's just great. It's just great fun. The whole thing is just a bad idea. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. My skull is leaking. Your skull is leaking. My wife was cradling her coffee cup and leaning against the threshold of the door, staring at me with sleepy eyes. I've been up all night editing a report for my job. The report, my job, and other personal details aren't really important. All that I need you to know right now are her words, which she said so casually, as if they had instead been, "You've been up all night." I responded as you'd expect. What? With a chuckle on its heels. She shrugged, walked off, and a few minutes later, I heard the shower run. I dismissed the comment, attributing it to post-sleep mental muddiness, the residual incoherent ramblings of a dream. The day progressed, and neither of us brought up the strange comment. The next day, I was in our living room, connecting a tablet I had bought that morning to the Wi-Fi, when my wife walked past me and said, "Plug up that hole, or you'll drown us all." This, of course, was just as weird, and when I looked at her, I felt especially unnerved because she was dressed in the hoodie and sweatpants she wore while jogging. She hadn't just woken up. I again questioned her, and that time she looked at me with a face full of malice, as if I had been committing a crime, and inquired as to why I should stop. She then walked away, leaving me puzzled and admittedly hurt. Neither of us spoke of it for the rest of the day, and she behaved as if it hadn't even occurred. The third incident is when things became violent. Our power had gone out in a pretty violent storm, and I had set up candles throughout the house. We owned an abundance of them, owed to my wife's love of fruity scents, but only one flashlight. I was sitting on the couch, reading a book on the tablet, when I saw my wife's silhouette standing in the doorway which led into the kitchen. She didn't have the candle I had given her, so I asked if something was wrong. She didn't respond for a while, which unsettled me, though initially because I thought she had hurt herself in the dark. What made me scared, truly uneasy, was her breathing, which was deep and plainly controlled. She'd been restraining herself, quelling some emotion that would have otherwise been bursting forth. After a particularly audible exhalation, she spoke. "If you don't seal up that fucking hole, I will do it for you. God damn it, Alan. I can't swim through all this shit anymore." I had learned from the first two occurrences that responding was pointless, so I just sat there, petrified, while she glared at me through the darkness. But this time, she didn't walk away. Her breathing didn't relax, and still in that crazed state of mind, she said, "Well, are you going to do it, or are you too fucking weak?" I jumped at this, not exactly at the vulgar suggestion, but because for an instant, some fraction of a second, I heard someone else's voice in concert with my wife's. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I tried not to sound scared, but failed pathetically. My voice trembled, and I was perched on the seat of the couch like a frightened cat. My wife walked towards the coffee table in front of the couch and picked up a long candle I had placed there. Before I could comprehend what she was planning, she had leapt over the table, seized me, and forced me onto my back. When I realized what she intended to do, cauterize the hole in my head, I struggled against her like a madman. But in her enraged state, she'd summoned a strength that impossibly dwarfed my own. She brought the tip of the candle down slowly, so as to not extinguish the flame, and burned my forehead just above my left eyebrow. Despite the size of the flame, the pain was still unbearable, and I begged her to stop. But she just snarled and muttered that I'd brought it on myself with my procrastination. When she had acceptedly sealed the hole, she dismounted me and returned the candle to its holder on the table. She walked off into the darkness of the hall and did not return for the rest of the night. I regained some of my composure and sat on the couch for the rest of the night, numbed, unthinking, traumatized. The next morning, she asked how it felt, and I told her that I was fine. We ate breakfast, went to our respective jobs, returned home and ate dinner, then watched a show together. It was a normal day. The next incident I can only partially remember. I had been sleeping beside her in our bed, and something in my subconscious, some primal alert of danger, told me to wake up. When I did, I found my wife looking at me, her face full of sorrow. When our eyes met, she said, "You've got more leaks. They're spread all over. I can't close all of these." Then she rolled away from me and placed her head on her pillow. I was about to do the same when she then said this, "I won't let you drown me." And again, I heard that same vocal duality, this time intoned with immense sadness. I got out of bed, put on a jacket, and left the house. Drove to a 24-hour grocery store. I sat in the parking lot, wide awake, while the burn on my head throbbed in remembered agony. At this point, you're probably wondering why I didn't go to the authorities and report the domestic violence, especially considering the suggestion of more. I'll get to that in a minute. When dawn arrived, I returned home, and upon seeing me, my wife casually asked, "Did you find what you were looking for?" I called her a bitch, and got in the shower, locking the door beforehand, of course. I brought my clothes into the bathroom with me, something I didn't usually do, just because I didn't want to traverse the halls while so plainly vulnerable. She had said that I had leaks all over, and I didn't want to risk so much bodily exposure. I decided to Google the things she had said and found nothing of relevance to me or our lives. I considered that she was just insane, suffering from some randomly emergent psychosis, or some other illness of the mind which caused her to see leaks in people. I even considered that I was the one with which something was wrong, even going so far as to examine myself for tiny holes. I, of course, found none. I decided that I'd try to anticipate the exact moment she acted, and try to restrain her, then interrogate her about what was going on. The results of this interrogation, I reasoned with myself, would influence my decision on whether or not I went to the authorities, or simply contacted a psychiatrist. I didn't have a chance to stop her when it finally happened. I was in the living room. The open space was a comfort, compared to our bedroom. Applying some ointment to my wound, and even the softest touch, elicited a pain that made me wince. When my eyes closed for just a second, I felt an arm wrap around my neck, and my wife's breath in my ear. She pinned me against her and fell back onto the couch, so that I sat forced against her lap. In her other hand was a knife, which she sank into my stomach. My hands had immediately shot to the arm around my neck, but I was powerless to relieve the vice. When the blade entered my flesh, I tried to push away her hand, but was again met with insurmountable resistance. "See how it spills out of you? You're such a mess. I've been stepping in puddles all day." If you thought my wife's bizarre behavior was terrifying, I'm sure you can imagine my horror at seeing nothing come out of my body. As the knife slowly, painfully carved up my abdomen, no liquid escaped the wound. "Disgusting, isn't it? How it just gushes out? You're lucky I care so much. Anyone else wouldn't have bothered with bloodletting." There was mockery and self-assuredness in her voice, and the other voice, which before had been barely audible beneath her own, was now just as prominent. I don't remember anything else about that day, beyond the moment I came to the next day, sitting on a lawn chair in my brother's backyard. He lived 45 minutes away, by car, and I hadn't taken my car. I examined myself, saw my still open, still bloodless wound, and panicked. My brother heard me screaming and took me to the emergency room. I didn't answer his battery of questions, and I didn't answer the staff's questions either. They sewed me up. My brother went and brought back my wife. She hadn't been answering calls, and she arrived with all the worry and shock you'd expect of her, as if she hadn't been responsible for the wound. The weirdest thing? The really fucking unreal part is that at some point, I had started bleeding. Just gushing the stuff. So neither my brother nor the hospital staff saw what I had seen. It was a normal wound for them. The police were, of course, contacted, not at my request, but due to the nature of the wound, it was at least obvious that I had been stabbed, that a blade had been inserted and drawn up my gut. The burn mark on my forehead was still plainly visible as well. I didn't even hint at my wife's responsibility. I was still too freaked out by the bloodless wound and wanted to question her, privately, even more than before. The police had no evidence which would suggest it was my wife's fault. They never found any blood-stained blade when I relented to their request to search the home. I went from total silence to, "I don't remember," which was responded to with, "We can protect you if you tell us what happened." My wife expectedly feigned innocence, and eventually the police withdrew their insinuations and questions. I returned home the next day with my wife, and she looked after me like a saint. She didn't ask how I got the wound. She behaved as if she already possessed that knowledge, and it somehow was of no emotional distress for her. For a week, she didn't mention any leaks or holes or fractures or fissures which poured forth something, yet which actually let loose nothing. And while I didn't forget what had happened, I thought we had finally moved past it. I had abandoned my desire to ask questions for fear of reigniting the mania, the ire. Shortly after that brief return to normality, my wife came running into me, soaking wet, crying now she was leaking. Initially, I thought it was some morbid joke, that she had decided to fuck with me and drenched herself. But something about the way she was wet, the appearance of the liquid, was uncanny. Unlike water in some way I can't describe, beyond that it just looked too wet. In some lizard-brained way, I sensed that the water was inimical. "Please help me," she whimpered this over and over as she buried her head in my chest. I didn't know what to do, and something about the damned wetness repulsed me. I gripped her by the shoulders, looked in her eyes, and asked her everything I had wanted to ask for the last month. What did she mean that I was leaking? Why, when she stabbed me, did I not bleed? How was she leaking? Was she crazy? Was I? It all came out, and at some point my voice had risen to thunderous shouting. She eventually pulled away from me, still sobbing, and fell to her butt on the floor. It's all over. They can't patch me up. You certainly can't. I'll burst and drown in myself. Her voice was hoarse, her eyes redder than the blood that should have spilled from my gut a week before, and her whole body shook in disconcerting spasms. I didn't know what to do, how to console her, and a part of me didn't even care. It was my wife, sure, but she had also nearly eviscerated me, and afterwards acted like she had done me a favor. I did the only thing I could do. I left. Didn't pack anything, didn't linger any longer in that house than I had to. I grabbed my phone, keys, wallet, and jacket, and drove away to my brother's house. I live with him now. It's been 3 days. I haven't heard from my wife or the police, and my brother assumes my stay with him is due to me finally building up the courage to let her go, to free myself of her abuse. He hasn't the faintest idea of the truth. Although, I can't say I have all the facts either. Yesterday, while my brother and I were organizing some stuff in the garage to make room for my car, I noticed that his skin seemed distinctively damp. I thought it at first to be sweat, but it was late fall, and the garage was considerably cool, and neither of us had exerted ourselves enough to warrant perspiration. But still, I could see little beads of liquid on his arms, streaks of something trailing down the sides of his face. I didn't mention it to him, and he didn't say anything either. Earlier today, as I was making breakfast, I stepped in a puddle of water. I assumed it had been from the sink, or perhaps that I had spilled a bit of water when I went to fill up the coffee maker. But something about the puddle felt wrong. Felt too wet. And as I considered this, I thought that my skin felt unusually porous. I hadn't showered yet, but I felt so, for the lack of a better word, permeable. I don't know what any of it means, if it means anything at all, but I think that at some point later today, I should go back home and visit my wife. My vision has become almost imperceptibly altered, as if I'm submerged in eerily clear water, and everything sounds dull, delayed, and strangely distant. Yes, I think I will visit my wife. And that was My Skull is Leaking by Weird Bryce Guy. Yet another fantastically strange story by Weird Bryce Guy. This one immediately called out to me because the title alone is just what the fuck, you know what I mean? My skull is leaking, and I didn't really know where the story was going to go. I like the fact that there's so much bizarreness to it, right? The fact that this one guy's skull is leaking. He's not aware of it. He has no awareness of anything abnormal. His wife is completely attuned to it, and she has to seal up the holes. But what causes the holes, and what's coming out of the holes? Because when she eventually stabs him and guts him and stuff like that, and he's bleeding but not bleeding, it really makes you wonder. It definitely sounds like there's some kind of a psychological problem, right? But I don't know enough about psychology to really know if this is something that you could easily explain. I suppose that the first thoughts in my mind is you're having a level of hysteria, some kind of hallucinations. But the fact that it affected more than one person, but in different ways, I find that interesting. Is this something that perhaps is not just in the mind? Is this perhaps something that it affects their vision in a bizarre way? Maybe there's a brain parasite, for example, and it's doing something which allows one of them to see what's really going on and the other one not entirely. I don't know. What would cause holes in a person's body? And yet again, is it mainly the skull? Is it mainly the head is where the holes are? Because it sounded like at one point it could just be kind of anywhere. I don't know. It's very interesting. I like the fact it gave me a lot of chances to kind of really think about it. I don't really have any answers. I'd like to hear your opinions though, so definitely let me know what you think in the comments down below. Always excited to see those. Thank you so much for being here with me. I've changed a little bit of my setup. Just see if I can get the microphone closer to me to make it kind of sound a little nicer, and I've tweaked some settings and stuff like that. Let me know how it went. Let me know what you think. This will probably be the first video where I'm going to try doing a different visual format as well for the story reading. So let me know as well what you think about that. Let me know your feedback, how I can tweak things to make things more appealing for obviously you guys, because I'm happy to do a lot of these things. I am doing a lot of it myself. Well, I'm not doing a lot of it. I'm doing all of it myself, and it's, as you can imagine, it's a lot of a learning process. And I'd love to be able to hire other people to assist me and to maybe have an editor, things like that kind of stuff. But I'm not making enough money out of this yet to warrant those things just yet, which is a shame because I'd love to be able to actually make this a proper business. You know what I mean? But it's early days, isn't it? We're trying to grow. We're trying to get there. Anyway, I'm rambling. Sorry. This has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed myself. I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. Tapes. Upon my father and I moving into our new house, I was searching around the attic. As we were going to clear it out and make it my new room, I really enjoyed the idea of having this attic as a bedroom. I would have 2 windows, one in the front, the other in the back. I would be able to look down over the entire front and backyard in just a few steps. I know this isn't something most people would be necessarily excited for, but I was 13 and thought it was really cool. I examined the uncleared room, imagining where I would keep all my furniture, but that was kind of difficult to do with all of the boxes and debris in the way. It was a small rural home in Colorado that had been abandoned for some reason many years prior. While my father was occupied moving our own old furniture from the moving truck, I opted to begin cleaning out the attic. After all, I was a teenager now. I could absolutely clean out the entire thing by myself. I was wrong. I decided I would get all the boxes down and emptied out first, before getting my dad to help me move the old shelves and such. I began excitedly rifling through the boxes to see if there was anything worth keeping, like old Pokemon cards or something. To my dismay, none of it was really interesting, mostly just seasonal decorations. I'd gone through nearly every box in about an hour when something finally caught my eye. A tape. It was extremely dusted, and whatever was written on it had been scribbled out. I imagined it must be something spooky and thought I would watch it when we got my room set up. I tucked into my bag with all of my personal belongings and made my way down to help my dad finish unloading the truck. After a few days living there, I was able to deduct that something felt strange about the house. I liked my room though, so I was being optimistic about it. The age of the house became apparent, with chipped and scratched paint covering the walls, and the structure settled frequently. I believed I could get used to it though. The worn paint, while a noticeable flaw, seemed to be an easy fix through a simple application of fresh coats. I had entirely forgotten about the tape at this point, as I was more focused on helping my dad tidy up the downstairs areas. It was a cheap home, given that it was abandoned and had a ton of old furniture in it. I never understood why the previous owners would abandon the home without any of their belongings. After about a week and a half of cleaning and moving, the downstairs was finally looking like a sustainable living area. Now it was time for my room, which my father told me we would work on the next day. I was upset about this, but understood. We'd been working for almost 2 weeks. We didn't have a lot of money, so we just cleared everything out on our own. Those freshly painted walls would more than likely have to wait a while. The next day, we finished preparing my room, and I began getting my books, DVDs, and games out of boxes. I sat the tape on my bookshelf with everything else, not thinking much about it yet. I was more excited to take a break and finally play my Xbox again. And so came my first night sleeping in my new bedroom. My bed had been placed next to the window near the front of the house. I was enjoying being able to look down at the cars driving by on the highway, identifying which of them had mean faces and which of them had nice faces. On the other side of the road was another house, a much nicer one than ours. It was also probably the only other house for a few miles. I could tell someone lived there. There were 2 cars parked outside of it. I just hadn't ever seen anyone come out to this point. That was strange to me as well, but I brushed it off as nothing. This was around the time COVID-19 was dying down, but quarantines still lasted 2 weeks, so that was more than likely the cause. I stopped thinking about it for the night and continued to judge the cars until I fell asleep. The next day, I awoke to the smell of bacon and quickly made my way downstairs. I loved bacon. My dad would cook it every Saturday morning. We would always eat it and watch TV together as a family when my mom was still alive. We kept up that tradition even now. He and I would watch whatever cartoons were on in the morning. "Hey, kiddo, you sleep all right?" His smile radiated towards me. "Yeah, I really like my new room." I matched his smile with an even bigger one. I loved my dad. He was a really great guy. While I didn't share most of his outdoorsy interests, we were both big nerds. Before we moved, he would take me out to the theater every month or so to watch remasters of old horror films. I thought maybe at this time I should tell him about the tape, but I decided not to. I was very intrigued by it, and I didn't think he would want me to watch a mysterious tape. Reasonably so, in my opinion, but I was very eager. I would just have to wait for him to leave the house for a prolonged amount of time so I could go get the VCR from his closet. I had no idea when the day would come, but I was excited. "What you thinking about, bud?" I was clearly deep in thought. I didn't mean to make it so obvious. "Oh, nothing. I'm sorry. I was just concentrated on the TV," I lied. He nodded, putting another piece of bacon into his mouth. "Have you met the neighbors yet?" he said, slightly muffled by his hand while he chewed his bacon. "No, I haven't even been sure anyone actually lives there. I haven't seen anyone out in a couple of weeks." "Well, why don't me and you go introduce ourselves after breakfast? Maybe they'll have a kid your age." "Okay, that sounds great, actually." This filled me with hope. I had a few friends growing up, just never any close ones. I was always considered extremely optimistic and warm. However, I was anything but an extrovert. A neighboring child my age would be the perfect candidate for a new friend. This could be a fresh start. An hour passed. We both took showers and got dressed presentably, and made our way across the road with a large plate of leftover bacon. I stood behind my father as he knocked on the door. We heard footsteps from inside getting closer, until the door eventually opened. "Hello?" The man pushed the door open to a crack while my father introduced us. "Hello, I'm Martin, and this is my son Ezra. We're your new neighbors." He held the plate out, smiling. The man pushed the door open with an equally polite smile. "Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Marvin." It was a short, stubby man. He had a big bushy mustache and his head seemed to be balding. There was a sign behind him on their wall that read Ellsworth. I assumed this was his last name. I stuck up my hand shyly in a wave. He looked over my father's shoulder at me. "Hello, Ezra. I am Mr. Ellsworth. It is very nice to meet you." This confirmed my theory about his last name. He stuck out his hand, prompting me to shake it. "Nice to meet you, too." I shook his hand. It felt very calloused. Then a woman appeared behind the man, similar in appearance. "Oh, and this is my wife, Harriet. Come in, come in." He waved his arms inwards, encouraging us to enter. We followed. My father placed a plate of bacon on their kitchen table, and conversation between the three of them ensued. I didn't contribute anything to the conversation, nor did I mean to stare, but I did. Eventually, a girl entered the kitchen. She looked to be my age. I got excited but still said nothing until Mr. Ellsworth broke my silence. "This is my daughter, Gia. Why don't you go show our guests around the house?" Gia agreed, and I started following her up the stairs. She was very pretty. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes, nothing like either of her parents. They both had black hair. I couldn't manage to break the silence. I didn't know exactly what to say. I was nervous. We continued walking until we reached her room. She sat on her bed while I stood awkwardly beside the door, still silent. I was messing it up, and I knew it and felt awful. She broke the silence. "So, what's your name?" She asked this curiously. "I'm Ezra. I moved here from Wisconsin." "What made you move all the way out here? That's really far." It seemed like she was having a hard time speaking to me the same way I was with her. "It was just cheap. We aren't the most financially stable family." "What kind of things do you do for fun around here?" I was attempting to break the awkwardness. She began to list off her hobbies. We actually had a lot in common. We shared a favorite movie, Saw. We began talking and laughing together as if we had been friends our entire life. It felt like hours had gone by when Mr. Ellsworth and my father walked upstairs and informed me it was time to head back home. It had only been 30 minutes. I waved goodbye to her with a smile, and she reciprocated. I was very happy. I made a friend. About a week had gone by. Gia and I were hanging out frequently now, both at my house and hers. My dad had gotten a job. It was still summer. Things were great. When I was with Gia, I had entirely forgotten about the tape. I had a crush on her at this point. Although we were young, I knew I liked her a lot. I think my dad picked up on this. He would tease me about it pretty often. Gia ended up going on a family vacation the following week. They'd be gone for a few days. This is when things began to become increasingly strange. One night, I had woken up to the sound of the house settling, and it just wouldn't really stop for a few seconds. But this wasn't even the weird part. I was hearing something else. Footsteps. I originally brushed this off and tilted over trying to get back to sleep, but then something caught my attention. It wasn't just one set of footsteps. I heard this going on for about 15 minutes, until it eventually stopped. I thought I had just imagined it, and fell back asleep. It was a warm Friday morning. I woke up expecting to hear my dad walking around, but there was nothing. He was probably watching TV. I got up and walked downstairs. There was a note on the table. I quickly realized he wasn't home, so I decided to read the note. It said, "Hey kiddo, sorry I left so abruptly. I didn't want to wake you up. I had to leave early. I got called in for a very short notice business trip. There's plenty of food in the fridge, so keep yourself well fed while I'm gone. Mr. Ellsworth has offered to burn some of those leftover boxes and furniture from when we first moved, so please set them out front for him to collect them when his family gets back home. I love you, Dad." I was kinda sad that I didn't get to see him before he left, but it was okay. I could manage. I went out and started moving our boxes from the garage to the front of the yard. About halfway through moving all the boxes, I remembered the tape. This made my work rate increasingly quick, as I knew I could watch the tape without being caught now. I had completely forgot, and my curiosity peaked again. When I got inside, I basically sprinted from my dad's room and grabbed the VCR from his closet, went upstairs and plugged it into my TV. I picked up the dusty tape from the bookshelf and blew off any dust before carefully pushing it into the VCR. The tape began rolling, and I became increasingly disappointed as I realized it was just footage of someone walking through the woods for what seemed to be 5 minutes. The person filming was whispering something, but it just sounded like gibberish. Towards the end of the tape, whoever was recording the tape's pace sped up and a building came into frame as the tape ended, but it was too blurry to make out exactly where it was. It was pretty weird. It just didn't meet my expectations of a spooky tape. I kept watching the tape over the course of the next few days. I was just still curious as to what it was on the tape. I was failing to make any type of connection, so I gave up. Everything was pretty normal other than the tape. A few days passed and I saw a vehicle pull into the Ellsworth's driveway. They were home. I finally had someone to talk to again. Gia was home. But first, I had to assist Mr. Ellsworth with transporting the boxes over to his backyard so he could burn them. This took a long time, but eventually we got it done. Before I knew it, it was 9 p.m. I didn't have time to talk to Gia today, even if I wanted to, so I just thanked Mr. Ellsworth and told him good night and went back home. My dad would be home a few days later too. I was pretty happy about that, except he never returned. A day became 2. 2 days became 3, and I was now increasingly worried. I had stopped talking to Gia. I was so anxious. Then something came in the mail for me. I hoped it was a letter. I didn't have a phone with service, so this was the only way I'd be able to communicate with my dad. It wasn't. It was another tape. I didn't even want to watch it. I was still too concerned about my dad. This tape was also scribbled out and looked to be pretty old. My curiosity finally got the best of me, and I put the tape in. It began to roll. A man walked into frame this time. He sat down at a table. Then I realized this was my house. The man, very distressed, began to speak. "If you manage to get a hold of this tape, you need to get out of that house. The people across the street, they kill people. They mutilate them and do horrible things with the parts. I'm about to contact the authorities as soon as I finish this recording. While my mom was over to visit, she mysteriously disappeared. I never knew why." He paused for about 15 seconds and took a deep breath. "I was over at their house a couple hours ago. I was looking for them because they had gone downstairs. I was just going to let them know I was about to leave. I found a finger while I was down there. It had my mother's wedding ring. There were several boxes. They know. They've been trying to scare me before they kill me. They're making me record this to play with me before they kill me." He broke out into tears. A much younger Mr. Ellsworth walked into frame behind the man, and the tape ended. I was horrified. I didn't know what to do. Was this why my dad hadn't arrived home? Boxes? Like the boxes my father had asked me to give to Mr. Ellsworth in his letter? The footsteps I heard a couple weeks ago that I brushed off as nothing? The first tape? Was the building I saw in the first tape my house too? What about Gia? Does she know? I was thrown into a full panic. I knew I had to get out of here and run to the next house I saw as soon as I possibly could. I turned around to begin leaving, but I froze. I saw him. Right out of the corner of my eye. I saw him. He was in my wardrobe, staring at me, wide-eyed, through the crack of the door. It was Mr. Ellsworth. And that was Tapes by Squishy Hurdle on r/nosleep. What I like about this story is that you've always got to love the classic tale of like, ooh, mysterious videotape. You got to watch it like in like The Ring. I think a little bit of Saw has things like that, but it's just more like while they're stuck in a death puzzle, if you will, there might be a videotape that they're forced to watch or something. But I think Ring is probably the best example of it. There's also like the film VHS where it's literally like the cops arrive at a scene and there's like a dead body sitting in a chair and there's like a bunch of VHS tapes. Also kind of similar vibe on that. I think what's interesting about this one is the fact that very early on I didn't immediately suspect the neighbors. I thought it was interesting that they were brought into the story and I was like, oh, okay, well they're given a fair amount of like reading time. So I was like, they must be important in some way, but I thought maybe they were going to be like a victim or something like that. So to know that it's like Mr. Ellsworth, at least himself, is a threat is interesting. Doesn't really explain why or anything like that. But I think it's just part of horror, isn't it? There's not always a why. Sometimes it's just better that it's just this is what's going on and this is a horrifying situation to be in, sort of a deal. Yeah, other than that, I've quite enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. We were paid to retrieve a duffel bag. There was something unnatural in it. It was the craziest fucking thing. The old guy didn't fall down right after Stacy shot him. He just stood there for probably at least 10 seconds, wobbling unsteadily on his feet, a dazed look on his face. Apart from the blood trickling down between his eyes and the hole in the center of his forehead, he looked like some poor damn idiot with Alzheimer's and a nursing home, who got up in the middle of the night to take a piss but then forgot what he was doing, and he was just standing there in the hallway, confused, waiting for a nurse to come along and guide him back to his room. The four of us, me, Stacy, Val, and Hutch, just stood there, speechlessly, watching in disbelief. Finally, the old guy realized he was dead, and dropped like a sack of potatoes. By then, his brains had already finished running down the wall behind him. For a long time, none of us reacted. It was Val who spoke first. "That was some freaky shit," he remarked and laughed, kind of nervously. "Never saw nothing like that," Stacy agreed with a nod, pocketing his 9mm. "Gotta give it to the old fuck. He died hard." He bent down and retrieved the spent casing, putting it in his pocket with the gun. Our business with the old guy finished, we turned our attention to the door he had been guarding. It was a weird door, given the location. It looked like the kind of door you'd see in a bank heist movie. Heavy, reinforced steel with thick hinges, and a huge wheel lock with a high-tech digital combination beside it. It looked like the door of a vault, which was exactly what it was. A weird fucking place for a vault, in the basement of a crumbling, old, long-abandoned building way out in the middle of the desert. This whole job was pretty weird if you thought about it. Why the fuck had the Russian tasked us with driving all the way across the fucking country to off some old fuck and bust open a vault to retrieve an item and then not even tell us what it was? We had asked, of course, but he had just brushed us off and told us it was a personal favor to an associate of his. It didn't matter, really. It wasn't our business to question the Russian's business, and his associate was paying us a shitload for this particular assignment. Hutch was crouched over his backpack, already unloading his equipment. "How long do you figure?" Stacy asked him, lighting a Marlboro. 45 an hour tops," Hutch replied, screwing a bit in his portable drill. Stacy seemed satisfied with that answer, and if Stacy was satisfied, I was satisfied. Hutch was the best safecracker, or a PT, as Stacy called him for some reason, I ever met. He had learned the trade from his celly at Bayside, an old pro he considered to be the best. If Hutch said he could crack the vault in an hour, he probably could. Stacy told Val to go upstairs and keep watch in case anyone showed up outside. Val did as he was told. Stacy stood, arms folded, smoking his cig, and calmly watched as Hutch put on his safety goggles and began to drill into the steel door right next to the combination. Meanwhile, with nothing else much to do, I began to poke around the basement, just to pass the time. There wasn't much to poke around, really. An old table and chair, piles of rusty junk in the corners, a stack of old porn magazines from the 1970s. I picked up one and glanced through it, whistling. Chicks with more hair than a barbershop floor. I pocketed a couple for later viewing. Besides that, there wasn't much else. My eyes fell upon a book sitting on an otherwise bare shelf. I picked it up. It was bound in black leather. The cover was blank. I opened it and saw it was some kind of journal or logbook or something. I skimmed the first page idly. Then not so idly. I turned a page and read a little more. Turned another page and read a little more. "Yo, Stace, check this shit out," I told him, showing him the book. "What the fuck's that?" Stacy asked without much interest. "I think it was the old guys. There's some pretty weird shit in here," I told him, then looked at the page and began to read aloud. June 17th. It started moving again. After 3 months, the goddamn thing started moving again. Just when I was beginning to think it was finally truly dead. I turned a couple pages. August 3rd. It began singing today. First it sang in German, then in French, then in Russian, then in several languages I didn't recognize. I don't know what it's singing, but it won't stop. It's driving me crazy. I turned several more pages. September 28th. It keeps talking to me in the voice of my dead mother, even through 8 inches of steel, I can hear it. I think it's speaking to me telepathically. It tells me, in my mother's voice, that it's my fault Ellie died when I was 12. It curses me and says I'm going to burn in hell for causing her death. I don't know how much longer I can stand it. I looked at Stacy, creeped out. "What do you make of that?" Stacy looked unimpressed. He shrugged. Obviously the guy was batshit. We did him a favor. Hutch finished with his drill and set it aside. He took out a small electric gadget with wires hooked up to it and carefully inserted the wires into the hole he'd drilled. He flipped a switch on his little doohickey and an LED screen on it lit up with a bunch of flashing red numbers. He looked over his shoulder at Stacy. "Here goes nothing," he said, then turned a dial on his safe-cracking gizmo. Me and Stacy watched intently as the flashing red numbers began speeding rapidly backwards. As soon as they all hit 0, they froze and turned from red to a bright green. There was an electronic crackling sound and a small puff of smoke rose from the vault's combination keypad. Then there was a hollow metallic clunk, the sound of the vault's locks releasing. Hutch cackled triumphantly. "Open sesame!" He stepped aside and Stacy went to the vault door and spun the wheel. He pulled open the steel door and the 3 of us looked in. The interior of the vault was a narrow cinder block room, not much bigger than a good-sized closet. There was only one object inside, a large leather duffel bag neatly laid out on the concrete floor. "That's it," Stacy said, nodding with satisfaction. That's exactly how the Russian described it. We stepped in and gathered around the duffel bag. It was about 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and maybe a foot tall. There was no zipper. It was one of those old school ones that opened at the top, the kind you used a drawstring to clench shut. Only instead of a drawstring, this one had a thick chain looped through brass rings sewn into the leather. The ends of the chain were secured with a big padlock. "You two," Stacy said, pointing at me and Hutch. "Lift it up. Let's haul it up top and get the fuck out of here. Me and Hutch knelt down and grabbed a hold of the duffel bag, and immediately both of us recoiled in shock. Hey! Hutch shouted. What the fuck? What is it? Stacy demanded. There's something alive in there, I stammered. Something in there moved. We both felt it. What the fuck is this thing anyway? Hutch asked, sounding uneasy. Are you both strung out on something? Stacy asked, giving us a look of contempt. That fucking bag's been in here for years. There's no fucking way anything in it could still be alive. I'm telling you, something in it moved. I insisted. Maybe a rat got in somehow, Hutch suggested. Let's open it and see. No. Stacy instantly overrode him. No one's opening that goddamn thing. The Russian gave us specific instructions, and when the Russian tells you something, you fucking well better do it. Stacy, just tell us. What the fuck's inside it? I pressed him. How the fuck should I know? The Russian didn't tell me much more than he told you. And even if I knew, it ain't any of your fucking business anyway. It's the Russians and the Russians' associates' business. Now pick up that fucking bag and let's move. He ordered us with a cold stare. Me and Hutch exchanged a nervous look. Then reluctantly, we picked up the duffel bag. I waited for whatever was in it to move again. But it didn't. The bag was surprisingly light for its bulky size. Maybe 40 pounds at most? About the weight of a bag of rock salt. We carried it out of the vault, across the basement, and up the stairs, Stacy following behind and supervising us. We arrived at the first floor and carried the bag through the decrepit old warehouse or factory or whatever the fuck this place had been, and outside where Val was standing beside Stacy's car, smoking a cigarette. By now it was early evening, and the sun was starting to set. We got it, Stacy told Val. Let's load it and get to Vegas. Hey, Hutch said abruptly, looking around. You hear something? What? I asked. I thought I heard something just now, he said. It sounded like... Like what? Stacy said. It sounded like a little girl laughing, Hutch finished. He looked uneasily around. None of you heard it? I didn't hear shit, Val replied with a dismissive shrug. Me neither, I told Hutch. Stacy surveyed the barren desert landscape. There's no one else out here. You must have imagined it. Yeah, must have, Hutch said, and forced out a shaky laugh. Guess this old deal's made me kind of jumpy. Just put it in the trunk and let's get rolling, Stacy said. He opened his trunk and we deposited the duffel bag inside. As he slammed the trunk lid, I breathed a sigh of relief to not be holding that fucking thing anymore. It gave me the creeps. What about the old guy's body? Val asked, pointing to the building. Just leave it for the coyotes, Stacy answered. This place is in the middle of nowhere. No one will find him for months, maybe years. By then there won't be much left of him. The four of us got in Stacy's car. He started it up and pulled down the rutted, eroded dirt road, away from the old dump and back onto the highway. He turned west, heading towards Vegas, a 2-hour drive away. The sun finished setting and night fell on us like a black sheet. None of us said much. We just sat there while Stacy drove, watching the highway unfold in the beam of the headlights. About half an hour passed without incident. Then Hutch started losing his mind. I was sitting next to him in the back seat, so I noticed it first. He just seemed kinda jittery and paranoid at first, twitching and constantly looking around bug-eyed. I figured he was still spooked from what had happened earlier. Then he leaned close and whispered to me. Do you hear it? Huh? Do you hear that voice? What voice? I asked him. It's my older brother Anthony. He died of an overdose when I was 15. I can hear him whispering to me. He says he's still awake in his coffin. He can feel the maggots eating him. He can feel himself rotting. He says it hurts. Even though he's dead, it still hurts. He looked me in the eyes, and I realized he was terrified. Unsettled, I moved away from him as much as I could. No, man, I don't hear nothing, I told him, trying to sound calm. He didn't say anything, just leaned back and kept looking around with wide, fearful eyes. About 10 minutes later, he finally snapped and started screaming, Jesus Christ! Shut up! Make him shut up! Make him shut up! Make him shut up! I shouted and jumped in shock. Stacy and Val in the front seat also shouted. Stacy was so startled by Hutch's outburst he jerked the wheel and the car swerved wildly, almost going off the road, tires shrieking. Stacy slammed on the brakes and jerked his head around to face us. "What the fuck?" he yelled. "Make him shut up!" Hutch just kept on screaming, rocking back and forth wildly, hands clamped over his ears. "What the fuck is your problem?" Stacy shouted at him, pissed but also scared. Hutch frantically undid his seatbelt, threw open his door, and scrambled from the car in a panic. "Hey, where the fuck's he going?" Stacy said, removing his own seatbelt and going out after him. Me and Val did the same. Hutch was standing behind Stacy's car, pounding wildly on the trunk, still screaming. He had totally lost it. "We have to burn it! It's the devil! We have to burn it! It's the devil! We have..." Stacy delivered a hard backhand to Hutch's face, and he was knocked sprawling to the road. Then he grabbed Hutch with both hands by the front of his shirt and hauled him to his feet. Their faces were only inches apart. "Are you out of your fucking mind? What the fuck did you take? You could have got us all killed pulling that shit." Hutch stared at Stacy, dazed, his nose bleeding. The blow seemed to have knocked some sense back into him, and he seemed calmer, but still frightened. "Don't you hear it?" He glanced at me and Val. "Don't any of you hear it?" "Hear what?" Stacy demanded. "That fucking thing in the trunk. It's talking. First it was just whispering, but now it's getting louder and louder. It's fucking screaming now." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Stacy said, still holding him by his shirt. "It's alive, and it knows things. It can read our thoughts. It knows everything about us, our whole lives, all our dark secrets." "Jesus Christ, you are insane," Stacy said in a flat voice. "Open the trunk. Just open the trunk, Stacy," Hutch said pleadingly. "You'll see I'm right. Just open the trunk." Stacy favored him with a look of contempt. "Fine." He let go of Hutch, then strode back up front and pulled the trunk release. The trunk lid popped open. Stacy came back and lifted it. The duffel bag was lying exactly as we had left it, silent and unmoving. All four of us looked at it for some time. Stacy turned back to Hutch with a disgusted smirk. "There, you satisfied? It ain't moving, and it ain't making a fucking sound. It's all in your fucking head." Hutch looked at Stacy. There were tears in his eyes. "You still can't hear it, can you?" He nearly whispered. "Even this close, you still can't." "None of us can hear shit, because there ain't shit to hear." "The thing is pure fucking evil, whatever it is," Hutch said. "We have to get rid of it. We have to destroy it." "Now wait a goddamn," Stacy began. Hutch reached suddenly into his jacket. He pulled out his gun. "Hey!" Stacy shouted, pulling his own pistol on Hutch. "Put that fucking thing down, now." Hutch didn't put it down. Instead, he aimed his gun at the duffel bag in the trunk. "Fuck!" Stacy yelled and pulled the trigger on his 9mm. Blam! A yellow flare erupted from the muzzle. The gunshot echoed off the highway and rolled across the desert. Hutch dropped to his knees, shot between his left eye and ear. Seemingly in slow motion, he slumped to the ground. All three of us stood there, looking down at the body, stunned. "Oh, Jesus!" Val moaned. "He left me no choice," Stacy said, putting away his gun. "Dude was a psycho." "What are we gonna do?" I asked him, beginning to panic. "We'll bury him in the desert, then we go on to Vegas and drop off the package as planned," Stacy said, surprisingly calm. "We don't have any shovels," Val pointed out. "No shit, Sherlock. We'll have to use our hands." He looked down the deserted highway in both directions. "We gotta move fast too, before someone else comes along." "What if someone shows up while we're burying him?" Val asked. Stacy thought for a moment. He reached in the trunk under the duffel bag and took out a jack handle. "You two bury him. I'll stay here with the car. Anyone shows up, I'll say I'm changing the tire. Now hurry up." Me and Val lifted Hutch's corpse and carried it off the road and into the desert about 100 yards. Using our bare hands, we dug a shallow grave in the dry soil. We dumped Hutch in, then hastily covered him up. We did a pretty piss-poor job without shovels, and I knew it wouldn't take long for the animals to uncover him. But hopefully by then we would be back on the East Coast and far away from here. Finished, our hands dirty and bloody, we returned to the car. "Okay," I said to Stacy. "It's done, let's..." I stopped abruptly. Stacy was standing over the still open trunk, rigid as a statue, looking down intensely at the duffel bag. His jaw was clenched, and his eyes were locked on the duffel bag. "Stace? What's up?" I asked. Slowly, he looked at me and Val. He was trembling slightly. I realized he was afraid. He seemed to have trouble finding his voice. He swallowed hard, then said, "Hutch was right. It is alive." What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a prickly sensation on my skin. "It's singing. Can't you hear it? It started singing right after you left." I began, but Val cut me off. "I hear it too. It is singing." I glanced at Val. He was gazing into the trunk and had the same distant, fearful expression as Stacy. I listened intently, but couldn't hear anything. "Are you both nuts? I can't hear..." But then, I did hear it. It started abruptly, as if a switch had been flipped. I didn't seem to be hearing it with my ears. It was as if a voice was speaking in my mind. The high, cheerful voice of a very young girl, singing in a language I couldn't identify. It was a pleasant sound, but somehow, I could sense there was something malevolent in the words she was singing. A curse of death or damnation, or both. It was like a demon was singing in the voice of an angel. I felt like I was about to piss my pants. I hadn't been that terrified since I'd been a little kid, afraid of the boogeyman hiding under my bed or in my closet. "Jesus Christ," I said hoarsely. "What the fuck is it?" "Let's just get rid of it," Val said in a tight, frightened voice. "Let's dump it in the desert and leave it." "We can't," Stacy said reluctantly, although I could tell he wanted to. "The Russian will kill us if we do. We have to finish the job. We have to get this thing to Vegas." He looked at me and Val. "Get back in the car. If we're lucky, we can get this over with in another hour." And so we did. Stacy pulled back onto the road and we went on our way, driving in a fearful silence. We could still hear it singing. Even over the sound of the engine, we could hear it in our minds, singing endlessly. In desperation, Stacy even turned on the radio and set the volume as high as it would go. But even through the deafening blare coming from the speakers, we could still hear that fucking thing singing. I could tell it was getting on all of our nerves. Val kept rocking back and forth in his seat, muttering to himself, and Stacy was clutching the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. I knew it was only a matter of time until it drove us insane, just like it had poor Hutch. At some point, we crossed the state line from Arizona into southern Nevada. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw a green sign that said, "Las Vegas, 10 miles. "Thank God," I heard Stacy sigh. We didn't drive into the city. Our destination was a long-deserted industrial complex on the outskirts. That was where we were supposed to drop off the item for the Russian's associate to pick up. It was a spooky place to visit in the middle of the night. Abandoned buildings, smokestacks, and heaps of rusted machinery everywhere. Stacy drove down a narrow, bumpy road overgrown with weeds that had sprouted through the cracked asphalt. He stopped in front of a chain-link gate. He got out to unlock it. The Russian had given him the key. But he stopped when he saw the gate was already unlocked. The gate was standing ajar, swinging slightly in the wind. He pulled it open the rest of the way, then looked down at something on the ground, and froze. He looked for a moment, then knelt and picked something up. Through the windshield, I could see what the object was. It was the chain and padlock that had secured the gate. The padlock was still fastened to the chain, but the chain itself was horribly twisted and bent, and several of the links had been broken. It looked like someone had blown it off the gate with a stick of dynamite. No, that's not right. It looked like it had been pulled apart by a very strong pair of hands, like a little kid's chain made out of Play-Doh. Stacy dropped it, looked around nervously, then got back in the car and drove through the gate. At some point, I realized the singing voice in my head had fallen silent. It had stopped some time ago. Stacy drove for a few minutes through the maze of decaying plants and factories, then slowed to a stop. About 20 yards ahead of us was a black limousine with its engine on, idling. "That's him," Stacy said, putting the car in park. "This is it." He looked at me and Val. "Go get it out of the trunk. Bring it to the limo and place it on the ground. Then get back in. That's all you have to do." Me and Val got out and went around to the rear as Stacy popped the trunk. I lifted the lid, we started to reach for the duffel bag, then jumped back in horrified shock. "God!" Val gasped. The bag was moving, rippling and convulsing and spasming. A couple times it actually leapt up a couple inches off the floor of the trunk. It was like the bag was full of hundreds of small squirming animals, or maybe insects, that were writhing around inside, trying to burst out. It was asleep when we opened the vault. I remember thinking only half coherently. It started to wake up after we took it out. Now it's fully awake. I looked at Val and he looked at me. His face was a mask of sick terror. There were actually tears in his eyes. "I don't think I can do it," he told me in a choked voice. "We have to. Come on. Let's get this over with." Bracing ourselves, we grabbed the bag at both ends, trying to hold it as far away from us as possible, and carried it to the limo. Only 20 yards, but it felt like a mile. I could feel those things moving through the leather. It was like carrying a bag full of snakes, or some other kind of slimy, repulsive reptile. It was sickening. I felt my stomach heaving. When we were about 5 feet from the idling limo, we lowered the duffel bag to the ground. I felt the most immense sense of relief of my life the moment I removed my hands from it, and I could see Val felt exactly the same way. Both of us scrambled back to Stacy's car, away from the fucking cursed bag. "Done," I said, taking a deep, shaky breath. "Let's go." "We can't until we collect the payment," Stacy answered. I was about to tell Stacy to screw the payment. I just wanted to get as far away from that bag as possible. But he spoke first. "Look." He pointed out the windshield. The driver's side door of the limousine was opening. A shadowy figure emerged. It was hard to tell from the distance in the dark, but the figure seemed to be wearing a robe and a hood of some kind, and it walked strangely with a slumped, unnatural gait. With agonizing slowness, it shuffled to the rear of the limo and opened the door. A second figure exited from the passenger compartment. It was much taller than the driver, with a muscular build and broad shoulders. It was wearing a black suit. It wore its long hair, also black, in a ponytail. I never saw its face. It kept its back to the headlights of Stacy's car as it walked to the duffel bag and crashed beside it. But I did see its hand. It reached down and caressed the leather duffel bag lovingly before lifting it in its arms and carrying it, gently as a baby, into the limo. The unseen driver closed the rear door, got back in the driver's seat, and the limo drove off. The three of us watched until its taillights vanished into the night. There was now a briefcase sitting upright on the ground where we had placed the duffel bag. I don't know where it came from. The limo's passenger hadn't been carrying one when he, or it, retrieved the bag, but it was there now, like it just popped out of nowhere. Stacy got out himself to fetch the briefcase. All the color seemed to have drained from his face. He brought it inside the car and handed it to me in the back seat. "Open it." I forced myself to unlatch the briefcase and lifted the top, fearful of what it might contain. Money. And a lot of it. Stacks and stacks of newly printed $100 bills. I held the briefcase up for Stacy's inspection. He nodded. All the tension seemed to ease from him. "Okay," he said. Stacy drove into Vegas and rented us a suite of rooms in a hotel on the Strip. He and Val are down at the casino gambling and looking for women. I'm up here by myself, getting drunk. Tomorrow, Stacy will call the Russian to tell him the job is done, and then we'll head back east. It was easily the weirdest, scariest job I was ever part of. At least it was a good payday, especially now that the money only has to be split 3 ways instead of 4. I guess I should be glad that it's over. Except, I'm not entirely sure it is over. Whatever was in that duffel bag was obviously kept locked in that vault for a good reason. Now it's out in the world, in the hands of whoever that was in the limousine. I still don't have a fucking clue what was in that bag. And frankly, I don't want to know. In fact, I could live the rest of my life and die quite happily, never knowing. I don't know who the Russian's associate was either, or what he wanted with the duffel bag in the first place. But whoever he is, I don't believe he has good intentions with it. I saw his hand when he touched the duffel bag. The skin was beet red, with unusually long fingers and thick black fingernails that ended in points, like claws. So that was We Were Paid to Retrieve a Duffel Bag. There Was Something Unnatural in It, by Carl B. 1961. This isn't the first story read by Carl. The other one was My Friends Were Murdered When I Was 14. I Know What Killed Them. It Wasn't Human. Which, that was yet another really good story. And, so this one made me think of quite a few different things. So first of all, it's a fun, dangerous exchange, where you hire people services to do something that's potentially dangerous, and yeah, it's usually black market kind of stuff, right? Um, Now we have to kind of break it down because initially, when they're talking about like singing and stuff based on the journal entries and obviously what happened, I was like, oh, okay, is this some kind of like a siren or a harpy situation, something that kind of like messes with the minds of men? Um, but then later on in the story, we get a bit of the description of the fact that there's like crazy amounts of things moving inside the duffel bag, like insects or maybe small animals, which then made me think of Oogie Boogie out of Nightmare Before Christmas, which obviously, you know, really bizarre connection, but that's just what I immediately thought of, which was quite funny. Um, so no matter what, we don't know what was going on with the bag. We know that whatever was in it, whether it be one thing or maybe a collection of things, like a hive mind perhaps, or so of some sort, that they have the power to mess with people mentally, you know? Because it doesn't matter whether it was singing or talking, spilling secrets or whatever, the fact is it could mess with them only mentally. Who knows what could have happened if the bag was opened? It's it would have been very interesting to see what could have actually happened. But at the same time, the mystery is beautiful, and I thought it was so good. It was horrifying. I mean, the fact that it ended up having somebody get killed because of just how well, potentially more than one person, because you have to consider the old guy protecting this duffel bag in a vault in the middle of nowhere. Um, and then when you take into fact the fact there's like the associate and then a bunch of like the limo and the other guys and everything like that, it then made me think of like, oh, okay, is this some kind of like a like maybe they're all creations of somebody and they're all kind of like trying to link back up and rescue each other and shit. Maybe they were all some kind of demented creations. That's a possibility, but it's tough. It's real tough. I think the big question really is in the duffel bag, is it one thing or is it many things? And if so, is it a thing or is it alive? Is it a proper creature kind of thing? It must be alive. It must be a creature of some origin or multiple creatures, like I said, that maybe act as one. I don't know. That was very interesting. It's got my mind racing. It's got my mind thinking. I really love it. I thought it was a very good story. I really enjoyed it. I hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. I found a survival guide for 2021 in an old bookstore. I found the guide at a bookstore that was closing down. Most books were 50% to 75% off. Even the old and ordinarily expensive leather-bound tomes kept behind glass in the rearmost section of the store. I hadn't gone in with any particular book in mind. I'd simply meant to browse, and pick a few books up with the $20 I had reserved for the occasion. I crossed row after row, pulling, inspecting, and returning several volumes. Nothing too interesting that I hadn't already read, owned, or planned to own in some other, more preferable fashion. There were other shoppers, most appearing to be casual readers or first-year students. There is a college not far from the bookstore. The shop owner and his assistant were visibly melancholy, so I smiled warmly upon arriving and made efforts not to cross their paths. I'm terrible at consoling people, and I figured that my plentiful patronage of the store would be better than any fumbling words I could offer. I made a few rounds of the store. It wasn't a large place by any means, before finally settling on a few horror collections. Machen, Blackwood, Lovecraft, Bierce, Stoker, and some books on Eastern mythology and mysticism. Satisfied with my haul, I made my way towards the registers at the front, but stopped short when I saw the assistant wheeling out a cart on which sat some particularly old-looking books. The single pricing sign listing them all as being 90% off. Immediately attracted by the discount alone, I asked her if I could take a look at the books, and she happily obliged. She left me with the cart and went over towards a group of shoppers down an aisle. Most were first or second editions of books by authors I hadn't much interest in, but whose values were inarguable, and I felt sorry that the owners hadn't the means or time to sell these books more appropriately priced. My eyes scanned the withered and warped spines, reading the titles with a casual literary appreciation, but finding nothing of relevance to my somewhat specific interests. I'd almost left the cart when I spotted, on the second steel shelf, a book that seemed of an extremely advanced, aged, armored in dust, with the spinal lettering faded, ashen. I withdrew it carefully, so that the row in which it had sat did not totter. The book was averagely sized, though oddly heavy, and as I had initially observed, was of an age much older than its leather-bound companions. Upon brushing away the dust, I saw with no small shock that the title read, How to Survive the Harrowing of 2021. The lettering, once relieved of its ashen coating, glimmered faintly in gold, and was styled in a pseudo-cursive that flowed beautifully across the faded crimson cover. There were no other designs or markings on the book, front or back, only that bizarre title, whose message seemed an impossible thing considering the book's obvious age. No authorship had been assigned to the book either, and this immediately inspired the idea that the book itself was some sort of a joke, a thing made to appear severely aged, a novelty that would have assuredly been a hit to younger readers if the store had the time to market it. I had no doubts that other copies sat in a box somewhere in the store, never to be sold as intended. I was about to open the book, where I expected to find fittingly contemporary messages of hope, faith, determination, and positive thinking, but phrased archaically, styled anachronistically. But before I could crack open that expertly aged guide, I felt a sudden sensation of foreboding, an ominous and vague prescience, which not only stopped my hand, but removed it from the book's surface. Through no conscious thought of my own, had I withdrawn my hand from the cover, and yet the compulsion had been immediate and incontestable. A fear mounted within me, swelling almost to the point of actual dread, and I considered unceremoniously tossing the book into the cart and leaving. But some other impetus, equally powerful, impelled me to not only hold on to the book, but purchase it. I stood there for a while, and the baleful apprehension which had entered my mind faded away, and a curiosity, morbid if not scholarly, took its place. I added the book to the bundle in my basket and took my haul to the front. Surprisingly, the sum amounted to only $17, and I happily allocated the change to the tip jar at the register. The owner thanked me gratefully, as if I'd thrown in double the amount I'd brought, and wished me a happy new year. I bid him the same farewell and left the store pleasantly encumbered with new literature. It was a nice day, cold but not uncomfortably so, and sunlight fell plentifully upon the world. I decided to sit in a nearby coffee shop and read, rather than go home to my stuffy apartment to do the same. I walked down the sidewalk, contemplating which book to begin first. Looking back, I now think that I had always planned on reading The Strangest Book first. That guide, which I had believed to be a fake, a bookstore's joke. Perhaps if I'd read anything else, I might have avoided the horror which was born from the pages of that truly decrepit and sinister tome. I sat at a table nearest the window for optimal sunlight, ordered a cup of Earl Grey tea, a freshly baked oatmeal cookie, just one, they were quite large, and laid the contents of my bag out onto the table. I went through the performance of considering each book, but my mind had already decided upon the 2021 survival guide. I stacked the other books nearby to my left, cleared a space to my right for my food and drink, and placed the book immediately before me. In the brief time that had elapsed, I had forgotten the intense feeling of apprehension that had come to me when I first considered opening the book. When I reached for the crimson cover, the feeling again returned, albeit to a lesser extent. But this time, curiosity prevailed, and I endured the unsettling sensation and gently opened the book. I was taken back by what I saw on the very first page. There were lines upon lines of tiny, strange runes, scribed in letters that seemed entirely alien to human language. The writing, I am sure that these letters had not been mechanically printed, was done in a deep red ink, absolutely sanguine against the thick and time-yellowed paper. The spacing, placement, and script were all immaculate, despite my certainty that a hand, of some nature, had written the words. I was nonetheless amazed at the impeccable penmanship of the author. My eyes scanned this first page several times, and yet I could intimate nothing of what it said, so I flipped it, and was again shown a language entirely unrecognizable. There were no hints or clues as to the meanings of any of the words, and, after flipping to the very end of the book, no cipher was found with which I might have decrypted them. I flipped the pages at random, finding only that odd, unfathomable language written beautifully, and yet eerily, upon the sallow pages. My order arrived and I set the book aside, not wanting to stain it, which despite its age was in a decent condition within. My fruitless scrutiny of its contents had changed my mind entirely in regards to its nature. I had abandoned my belief of its literary duplicity. There was no way that anyone, certainly not a small-scale bookstore owner, would have gone through the efforts necessary to create such a thing for the purpose of novelty. The language, though unreadable, seemed to be an inhumanly real one, in a way that is inexpressible. The color and feel of the pages were indistinguishable from the pages of other incredibly old books, and the smell was similarly genuine. I ate and drank absorbed in thoughtlessness, thinking neither of the book nor its enigmatic language, but vexed by an undefinable impression imparted to me by the book. A similar sensation, though to a much less unnerving degree, might be the apprehension one feels as a child on the day in which school report cards are mailed, confident that your grades aren't abysmal, but nonetheless fearing that some unforeseen or miscalculated grade still might appear and evoke the ire of your parents. I feel that I was for the moment safe, but the certain actions, or certain knowledge to be obtained later, would place me in the way of some terrible, yet unforeseeable harm. Once I had finished my meal, I returned my attention to the book, this time determined to uncover some meaning or message from its previously inscrutable contents. Minutes passed. I finished my tea and ordered another, this time getting an infusion of lemongrass, citrus herbs, and ginger, among other things, and really scanned the pages. But my efforts were pointless. The pages yielded nothing to any interpretation I tried to force. I was about to give up, when a woman entered the coffee shop and immediately passed by my table, which I had chosen due to its proximity to the front windows. She glanced down, and in my unnatural shyness I had averted my gaze. My eyes fell upon the pages, and for a moment, a brief yet clarifying moment, I found some sense in the words. Nothing that I could really reproduce in my own thoughts and language, but there had been for a moment a glimmer of readability. Instinctively, through an instinct I hadn't understood, my attention returned to the woman, who'd suddenly worn an expression of confusion intermingled with intense interest. Meeting my eyes, she asked what I was reading, and I admitted that I wasn't exactly sure. I noticed the logo on the plastic bag she'd been carrying, and pointed out that I had bought the book from the very same bookstore, but that it was written in a language totally unfamiliar to me. Her curiosity piqued. She glanced at the chair beside me, and I nodded, granting her permission to join me. One of the cafe staff came and took her order, and once that I was done, I slid the book towards her so that she could comfortably read it. Initially, I had watched her face as her eyes crawled over the pages. Confusion and excitement illuminated her green eyes, and her mouth twitched, as if the lips were attempting to read along, but hadn't any basis upon which to form the unreadable words. A few seconds of this passed, and she sighed in defeat. I laughed, commenting on my own inability to decipher a single word of the thing. It wasn't until I had glanced back at the book that the sudden sensation of literacy returned. For a moment, my eyes and her eyes had rested upon the same line, and I realized in both excitement and horror that the script was readable when looked at by two persons. She must have intimated the same, because she turned to me, eyes wide with the very same emotions that I'd felt. We said nothing to each other, but my hand involuntarily turned the pages until it reached the beginning of the book, and my index finger came to rest on the book's first line. The moment our eyes landed on that first word, it was transformed from its alien text into English, or some interpretation simultaneously readable to us. I cannot earnestly say it was actually English upon the page. My mind reeled at the idea, the concept that the text was only readable by two readers, or by one in possession of at least four eyes. Uncovering the secret of that once impassable barrier was exciting, pride-inducing, and yet I felt that I had finally arrived at that moment for which I had earlier felt such apprehension and ominousness. I suppressed the rising terror mentally, and even physically with a few sips of tea, and once she had seemed to do the same for herself, we began reading the previously unreadable book. The enigma unlocked before our eyes. The words shifted, reformed, were unmade as if by some cryptographic sense inborn within us. Comprehension came immediately, as if we were reading any ordinary book. We read in tandem, effortlessly trailing the lines of script without one falling behind or pushing forward. Our eyes and minds were locked together, our thoughts fused in some tether of previously undiscovered hypercognition. We read as one, interpreted as one, thought as one, and the sensation was absolutely incredible, though entirely indescribable, at least in the language with which I composed this account. Pages flew by, and I'm sure that to onlookers we might have appeared very strange, our heads practically touching, our eyes moving along with equal pacing, as if choreographed. In what couldn't have been more than 15 minutes, we had reached the middle of the thick book, and by this time, I had felt the indefatigable return of that monstrous horror. The things we'd read up to that point were nightmarish, unrepeatable, and though our eyes had easily discerned the words and our minds clearly understood the meanings, our human mouths had been woefully inadequate for the vocalization of the ultra-alien text. It took a considerable effort to do so, but I pried my eyes away from the words, and they immediately resumed their inscrutable arrangement and forms in the corners of my eyes. My reading partner sighed, exhaustion and terror clear upon her face. I glanced around, not really to see if we'd been watched, but just to keep my eyes away from the frightful book for a while. No one had seemed to notice our strange captivation. I turned to her and saw that tears had begun to form in her eyes. I felt a similar deluge swelling within the ducts of my own, but tried to keep them at bay, if only to appear comfortably composed to her. The things we had read, the things the book had foretold, were appalling. Things no human being, regardless of how black-hearted, would ever wish upon the species to which he belonged, the only world he knew to be home. And there was still another half to read through. She looked at the book, then to me, her eyes clouded with tears, the once vibrant light dimmed by a potent, insuppressible terror. Despite my own feelings, I wanted, almost yearned, to continue on, to read the rest of that darkly prescient tome. But with each page, the horror detail therein had grown, worsened, and I knew that the trend would continue with each subsequent page. Conceding to her unspoken plea, I closed the book and set it on a table beside me. She smiled and nodded to me with a gratitude that was almost spiritual in fervency. Together, in silence, we finished our tea, both of our minds struggling to reconcile the abysmal predictions of that baleful book with the relative normalcy of our present world. In a testimony to the weird unreality, or the chilling hyper-reality of the event, I discerned a sliver of crimson light from the book. My heart seemed to irreversibly contract. My chest felt tight and hot, as I realized that the glowing line was a supernatural bookmark, keeping the place where we'd left off. I did not point this out to my partner, who had regained a bit of her composure and sanity. Instead, hiding as best as possible my distress, I packed up my things and left that wicked book in a chair tucked beneath the table. I will not repeat in detail anything I read. I will not subject anyone to the horrific prophecies, the diabolical incidents, the cosmically inimical afflictions to the human race described in those sanguine ruined pages. I will only give this instruction, this warning, and pray that it will be sufficient to prepare us for the coming storm, if the book is to be believed. This woman and I, whom I have now befriended, as people who've shared a traumatic incident are often bonded, needed to read the book together to decipher its abominable contents. Similarly, if we are to survive the coming year, we, humanity as a whole, must band together, intellectually, emotionally, perhaps even spiritually, or else we cannot hope to combat the horrors which will descend upon us from the unmapped tracts of sidereal space, which will emerge from the molten depths of our own planet, and, quite possibly, arise from among our own allegedly human ranks. Our strength must be communal. And that was I Found a Survival Guide for 2021 in an Old Bookstore by Weird Bryce Guy. Yet another really interesting, awesome story by this dude. Honestly, I think immediately the first things that jump out to me immediately make me think of Lovecraft, right? Because it's a language that's unreadable. It kind of, based on what's going on in the story, the fact that there's multiple eyes required and stuff like that, it makes me immediately think of cosmic horrors and madness and all that jazz. It's exciting. It's horrifying. It also makes you wonder where the bookstore got that book, right? First of all. Also, why is it aged like a lot? And then who wrote in the book? You know, those crazy indecipherable runes that when meeting the right criteria can be read. And then lastly, what did it say? Very exciting. Very exciting. I liked it because it's gripping, it's bizarre, it's strange. You don't know if, they're going to die or anything. Maybe. It's always tricky to say. You can never quite tell where a story like this is going to go, and I think that's one of the big reasons why I like these ones. Because I was like, oh, is it going to be about zombies? Is it going to be about, how to avoid like an apocalypse situation? It's like, well, maybe, but we ultimately don't know. And I think that's just great. It's all up to interpretation. Fantastic. Really, really enjoyed it. I sure hope you did too. See you for whatever's next. Take care. An Infinity of Cordelia. You guys ever received a phone call from yourselves? It happened while I was barefoot, wandering the streets of downtown Denver with a friend. I remember a balmy morning, the perfect bike weather. But Bruno wanted to ground himself to the earth, on foot or whatever, and I was tired from dancing anyway. I turned to him in alarm, holding my phone out to show him my name. Incoming, Cordelia Madhouse. On the caller ID. I asked, am I dead? Bruno rolled his eyes and laughed. Answer it. He said it like a challenge, arcing one of his expressive eyebrows at me. I was drawn to that musical theater kid energy in him. He was ferocious, all animation and performance, big gestures and big laughs. Until I met him, I'd never had so much fun, even just aimlessly roaming the mile high together at dawn. Shut up, I said, half laughing, half moaning in despair. I was coming down from all the toxins I'd been pumping into my body, and Bruno's curly hair was a disheveled goblin's nest. You look like a lunatic, you know that? He was still working his jaw, wild-eyed, the soles of his feet even blacker than mine. We'd been to a rave, then an after-rave, then kicked our shoes into Cherry Creek while the sun came up. What is it about being 22? Fine, said Bruno. Gimme. He snatched for the buzzing phone in my hand, probably because he knew my reaction would be to answer it myself out of spite. I picked up the call. There was ringing from the receiver. Then it went to voicemail. A woman. Hi, you've reached Cordelia. I dropped the phone to the pavement. What the fuck? It's my voicemail. Bruno chuckled. Calm down, he said, bending for my phone. When he handed it back to me, the screen was a shattered web. It's obviously a glitch or something, he said, linking his arm through mine. You did enough drugs to take down a horse, and now you're paranoid. Let's get pancakes. Our friends were taken aback by how quickly Bruno and I became enmeshed when we met. I didn't know it was codependent at the time. I just knew we had fun and did everything together, which mostly entailed a lot of partying. At one point, some old friends from high school cornered me at a birthday party to express their concerns over our fast friendship. I didn't listen. All it did was drive me further into Bruno's world. The underground events, the chaos, the music. We'd stay up all night drinking and talking. He opened my mind, Helped me see things from a new perspective. I got really into dubstep, the way it drowned out the racing thoughts in my mind. I quit my job and sold my car for a Burning Man ticket. We were moving to California together. The day I called myself, we ate lemon pancakes at Root Down afterwards. Our favorite, a high-octane cafe with club vibes. Then walked home across the 19th Street Bridge, a pedestrian walkway in the lower Highland. The sun was all high noon and Wild West, blazing us with dry heat. Bruno stopped on the middle of the bridge. He faced me with a sly grin. His teeth were immaculate, though he claimed never to brush. "Want to try something?" he asked. I lived for that mischievous twinkle in his eye. It was a dopamine hit for me. Gold glitter dazzled his cheekbones. What didn't my friend see in him? "Depends," I said, side-eyeing him with faux suspicion. "What is it?" Bruno moved to the edge of the bridge. I followed. We both leaned over the metal rail. Below, the South Platte River was calmly streaming. Still gazing into the water, Bruno asked, Do you trust me, Cordelia? I had to think about it, but I nodded. Why? I'll hold your ankles. For what? So you can go over. Go over what? The railing? Over the... Are you crazy? Do you trust me? My heart leapt into my throat. I swiveled between Bruno and the river. You want to dangle me off? I assessed his biceps. Was he flexing? Want to do me first? Said Bruno, hopping up to sit on the railing with his back to the river, hands in the air. He kicked his playful feet at me. Get down! I hissed, dragging him back to the concrete while he laughed. Vertigo tingled in my feet at the stress of him falling backwards. Do you see how shallow the river is? We're in a drought. If you drop me, I won't drop you. Dude, you know I hate heights. Why do you do this to me? Girl, you climbed that peak at Red Rocks and we did DMT under the stars. I chewed my lower lip. That was a magical night. We never would have made fireworks with our eyes, Bruno continued, if you didn't face your fear. Remember every time we blinked, there were shooting stars? He winked, the dimples lighting up his face. He loved to speak like this, like a coin-operated poem, though he spoke the truth about that DMT trip. Our dynamic had been forged long ago, when we first stood in the bathroom line at the house party, exchanged names, and ended up going in together, railing Molly off the sink, joking around. I was anxious about disappointing him, and regretful to miss out on an experience, so I said yes. He patted my back and sniffed. Atta girl. The breath trembled from me, but I let him lift me up. I'll admit, he made me seem weightless. Bruno, do not drop me. You got this, he said. Trust me. Seated on the cold metal rail, my hanging feet no longer touching the pavement, Bruno steadied me with his hands on my hips. I got this? I repeated, stunned. No, Bruno. You literally have my life in your hands. Are you ready? He rubbed his nose on his shoulder. I'm gonna slide you backwards over the railing. Why do you keep sniffling? He put his head down and I chased him with my eyes, saying, Man, you did not just do a bump of K. Bruno gave me his most reassuring smile, really popping those dimples. Relax, it picks me up, remember? I felt lightheaded. I refused to look down and face the 70-foot drop that loomed below me. Why would you do that? I searched for signs of intelligent life in his eyes, which were enormously dilated now. Did he seem glazed, or was I just panicking? It was enough to change my mind. You know what? No. Get your jelly arms away from me. I'm coming down. My hands get clammy when I'm nervous. As I scrambled to dismount the railing too quickly, I went swoop and flailed over the side. The river was rushing right up to meet me and I couldn't even scream. I just squeezed shut my eyes and braced for impact. A hard yank. My head didn't smash into the riverbed. I cracked open an eye. I was swaying rapidly from side to side with Bruno up on the bridge, hugging my feet to his chest. Woohoo! He shouted. Don't woohoo! I cried back, hoarse, tears falling straight from my eyes into the river. You did it! Exhilarating, yeah? It took several rounds of deep breathing to believe I was alive. I found the courage to squint into the sunshine, drinking in the gentle Platte, the quilt of clouds, verdant trees. Blood rushed to my head, and my fingertips stretched for the water. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the serenity. So close to my ear, I jerked away from it and almost caused Bruno to lose his grasp. Hi! Bubbly and feminine. I waited a beat. Hesitant, I called out, Bruno? Silence. Hey, I shouted. Space Cadet, bring me up. My head is starting to hurt. Hi! The greeting came from further away now, just off the riverbank, though all I could see were bushes and trees. Over there in the brush, leaves rustled. Someone was fucking with me. Dude! I shouted up to Bruno, scanning the trees with my dry, useless contact lenses. Pull me up! Seriously! Hi! You've reached Cordelia! I gasped, held my breath. I'd always hated my voice, the vocal fry that meant I'd never be a singer. Now it freaked me out. It was too fucking upbeat. And it was my voice, yes, but crispier, extra fried, like a physical scratch on my brain when I heard it. You know the primitive spider that crawls along your neck when you feel someone watching you? I said, "Pull me up!" I was nearing hysterics. "You've reached Cordelia. Please leave Please leave. Please leave." I covered my ears with my hands. "Please leave. Please leave This isn't a funny fucking prank," I yelled. My temples throbbed. When Bruno finally responded, I had to strain to hear him. "Cordelia? There's someone up here." "Bruno, your fingers are slipping. Do not let go." "Bruno, tighten your grip." "She's old. She looks unwell." He was slurring. "You're scaring me, Bruno. Please?" Everything went deathly quiet. The birds stopped trilling. Wind stilled in the branches. When I swallowed, it sounded so loud by comparison. A river rushing down my throat. "Hi!" The voicemail. It came from above me now. From the bridge. Fucking Bruno! How was I so stupid? Of course, it was him. I'd been enthralled with this guy from the start. A puppy following him from one escapade to the next. I liked escaping with him. It was destructive, adrenalizing. Now I would pay the price of admission for all those wild rides. Bruno's fuzzy, confused voice floated down to me. "I don't think..." He cleared his throat. His voice still cracked when it came out. I craned my neck to look up at the bridge, blinded by the sun. He said, "I don't think that was gonna be... Bruno, don't let go. Your fingers are... Don't let go. Please pull me. No, Bruno." The phone in my pocket began to ring. I was mid-scream when Bruno grabbed me by the shoulders and shook me. He was repeating my name, touching my hair, worry furrowing his brow. What the fuck? Jesus. Cordelia? What is it? My bare feet were on the ground. Clouds above. In the near distance, I saw the bridge arch like a feral dog over the South Platte. Disoriented, I locked my frantic eyes onto his. "The bridge," I said weakly. "Oh, you want to take the bridge? We can go that way." "Cordelia, you were screaming." "No!" The word exploded from my chest. I snagged his shirt collar in my fist. "No fucking bridge. Do you hear me?" Bruno watched me with weary, red-rimmed eyes. He looked like he wanted to laugh at my intensity, but it also unnerved him too. Carefully, he peeled my fingers from his shirt, saying, Okay, like he was soothing a spooked beast. Then he said, "It just keeps ringing. Are you going to answer that?" It took me a moment to register what he meant. I pressed my palm to the phone buzzing in my jean pocket. "Think I'm going to jog home," I announced, feeling heavy and exhausted, yet needing to get as far away as possible. Sweat the demons out. "No!" Bruno took my hand in both of his, petting it, idly playing with the rings on my fingers. "I'm too full to run. Let's smoke a spliff by the river." "Bruno, you need a boyfriend. I gotta run." It was the most liberating run of my life. I'd never been more grateful to have 2 filthy feet slapping the sidewalk, and an unsmashed skull, and working legs. The streak of self-sabotage had to end. That terrible daydream was a wake-up call. I must get my shit together. Maybe my friends were right. They were just looking out for me. They saw me crashing and burning down a path that led to a bridge. When I got home, I thought everything was normal. I scrubbed the day away in a hot shower, cooked potatoes for lunch, watched some HBO. I didn't bother putting on clothes. My jeans were discarded on the hallway floor. I heard them buzzing away from the living room, but I ignored it, eventually falling asleep to The Sopranos on the couch. I slept hard. I remember it was 4:20 a.m. because that was every 22-year-old stoner's lucky number. I sleepily tumbled off the sofa, wiping the drool from my chin while I zombie crawled to my bedroom. On my way there, the phone in my jeans began to vibrate as soon as I stepped over them. I mumbled, "Not today, Bruno," and kicked the jeans further down the hall. Still luxuriating in the nude, I stepped in front of my bedroom vanity to pin up my hair. I had plenty of hangover left to sleep off, and my sheets were going to feel delicious on these naked limbs. Gazing into the mirror set off a bomb inside me. I screamed so loud I hurt my own ears, dropping to the floor as if dodging gunfire. What the fuck? What the fuck? the reflection peering back at me. It was me, but it was mangled and ancient. I was, everything was broken and put back in the wrong place. My heart drilled against my ribcage, slowly rising up from the carpet, my knees quaking. I braved the mirror once more. Nausea consumed me in another torrid wave. My reflection was seated in a wheelchair. She looked older than dirt. I only recognized her by all our tattoos. Though she had even more than me, she'd filled in the gaps. The contraptions encasing both her legs were made of mismatching scrap metal pieces. Or had those become her legs? These rusty bolts, hammer marks beaten into the dingy panels. She was topless and hunchbacked, breasts sagging into her metal lap. Half my reflection's head was shaven, her scalp lumpy, dotted with violet ink and blue stitches. She wore a black eye patch on that side. Her other eye had pooled with such deep, eternal crimson, the color was practically black. If that was the uncovered eye, how badly did the one behind the patch fare? I whispered, "This isn't happening," grinding my fists into my own eyes. It was a horrible spirit vision, a psychotic break. I went too far this time. I don't think that was ketamine. This couldn't be real. It would break me. But she was still there, when the spots cleared from my vision, glaring at me. I threw a blanket over the vanity, except my feet wouldn't cooperate. Fright had frozen me in place. "Why?" I managed to croak out. Once I really set my sights on her, now it was like I couldn't look away if I wanted to. Lightly, I grazed a fingertip across the glass. "Who did this?" My elderly reflection tilted her head to the side. She scanned me up and down, examining me the way I had her. I hooked a self-conscious forearm over my bare waist, yet she didn't so much as twitch a muscle when I gaped at her like she was a monster. Finally, she spoke. It was that extra crispy version of my voice I'd heard in the daydream. "We blame him for a long time," she said. Her wrinkles were entrenched, her white and brittle. She pressed 2 fingers to her shaved temple as though it pained her. The nails were long and twisty, yellow witch's talons. "Bruno," she explained. "I mean, we really blame him. Cut all ties, block him. He heads to the Bay Area with some lover boy. We end up moving to New York so they can experiment on us. It's how we make a living." She rattled one of her clunky legs, lips pursed with bitterness. "What happened on that bridge, though? It's not actually his fault, is it?" It dawned on me. The first seedling of depression. "He dropped us," I said. It hollowed me out from the inside. "How did we find ourselves in that situation, I wonder?" I shook my head. "I don't understand." "He lived a charmed life," she said, the wickedness creeping in. "We envied that. He made us feel alive and seem like he could never die. So we gave him consent, carte blanche." Slowly, I shook my head again. That wasn't true. Was it? "And why is that?" she went on. "Why would we? Because we were taught at a young age to play the victim." I winced. She was talking about our father, the sacrificial lamb. Being compared to him ached in the pit of my stomach. She continued in a mocking tone, wrapping her talons on the rotten wheels of her chair. "Always looking for ways to hurt ourselves so that someone would show they cared." A cruel pout doubled her meaty lips in size. "That's enough therapy." Flushed with embarrassment, I'd meant to bark the words instead of the pitiful squeak that came out. I felt small, infinitesimal. No one can tear you down like yourself. She trained her cold, bloodshot eye on me, her breathing so vengeful and dragon-like, I had to avert my gaze before it scorched me. "Bruno was the bad influence we'd been searching for all our lives," she said. Indignation flamed in on one last attempt to assert myself. "He dropped us off a fucking bridge for fuck's, and we loved it." She snarled, white-knuckling the armrests of her wheelchair, making me jump. She leaned forward, readying her stance to lunge at me. Her seething breath fogged up the mirror. I had to swipe my hand across to clear the glass. "And it didn't happen to you," she snapped. "It happened to me. You have your pretty green eyes, you have leg bones. You don't feed from a tube because the artificial voice box rattling in your esophagus would choke you if you so much as swallowed a spoonful of quinoa." She said it all in one vicious breath and sat back, panting, wrathful. "That's awful," I replied in a small voice. Tears welled. "It sounds painful when you speak." This apparition from my future had experienced a lifetime of torment. Even as I prayed, this was another vivid daydream. I began to cry. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Tears only galvanized her fury. There was something self-satisfied about it, too. Her anger. Like she planned to weaponize it. "I've been waiting for you, little Cordelia." She gave me a closed-lipped smile that made me shudder. Too strained, too curvy. You know when you make eye contact with your reflection while pulling the scariest face you can in the mirror, just to see if you can freak yourself out? This is the one I used to make at myself when I felt silly or masochistic. She knew it got under my skin, because she was me. "I looked everywhere," she said, eyeing me hungrily. "It's taken decades. You're the only one of us who didn't take the bridge home that day. Can you believe that? Surely there's more out there. An Infinity of Cordelia. But of the thousands that I've encountered through this wretched fucking looking glass, you're my unicorn." "What do you need?" I asked, sniffling, naive with guilt and anguish. "How can I help?" "I've been biding my time in this shithole. I wish I could say I'm leaving the place homey for you. There's a mouse problem and a roach problem." She sighed. "But that's New York." "What are you talking about?" Alarm bells and flare guns were bursting in my brain. What was she up to? "Sweet dreams, young Cordelia." She grinned and blew a kiss, her teeth juicy red as though she'd been drinking blood. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. It startled the shit out of me, and I nearly collapsed to the floor again. I yelled, "What the fuck?" into the mirror and slammed my clammy palm to the glass, going after her. It left wet prints. There I was, on my own two legs, looking young and tender and terrified. I refused to meet my reflection's gaze. So, she'd be coming for me then, that old fucking crone. I banged on the vanity and hollered profanities before dragging it downstairs to the curb. I fought sleep for days. I avoided my reflection at all costs. I avoided people, too humiliated to tell anyone. They wouldn't believe me anyway. And besides, for Bruno, I had alienated myself from the world I knew. And my reflection, that bitch was right. He didn't make me do any of it. I had to take accountability for my choices. I wished I could tell my friends and family goodbye. It only took 3 days for me to faint from exhaustion, and that was that. I woke up paralyzed from the waist down in a home that wasn't mine, and a body more machine than flesh. The looking glass used to contact me had been thrown to the floor beside the bed, shards sparkling along the sunny hardwood. Tentatively, I slid 2 fingers under the eye patch, to be met with the sensation of wriggling worms and ground meat. That's what propelled me from shock into grief. When I finished sobbing into a pillow, staining its pale case with blood and pus, I set to work. There's no shortage of mad doctors in Manhattan, though I'm running out of organs to trade them. Everything in my decrepit body now ticks like a clock. It pays the bills. It's been 3 years. No one visits, no one calls. Not even telemarketers. My parents are long dead. There's a bathtub in my kitchen, and an expiration date on my heart, which keeps rejecting its new host. My studio apartment is a one-room house of mirrors, each one getting its fair shot at a summoning before I buy another, stoop another, thrift another. I have to find her. I call myself routinely. One of these days, it has to amount to more than a busy signal. I've glimpsed flashes of her here and there, when the mirror is right. Or maybe it's something to do with the moon. But she's wily. She's cunning. She has legs now to run away, and the years of life experience I've been robbed. She has brunch with my loved ones. She stole my life and aged me right up to death's door. I have to catch her, and I'm beginning to think I need bait. I'm wondering, is there an old man Bruno still alive in this world? Do I have time left in this withering corpse to hunt him down? And as I'm wondering that, and typing this, I've nearly burst out of what's left of my skin, because for the first time in 3 years, the phone on the table is buzzing. It's face down. I'm crazed and I have cabin fever, and phantom itches on my calves that don't exist. And I can't help a sinister, tight-lipped smile that's fallen over my leathery face. It's too curvy and quite strained. I mean, who else could it be, right? Hold on, I'm picking up. And that was An Infinity of Cordelia by Cordelia Madhouse. So, this story is interesting. It's unique. It takes us on a really bizarro journey. I think there's a few things we need to cover here. So, obviously, we're going to talk about the mystery behind it. It immediately makes me think of, obviously, multiverses, parallel dimensions. It's not exactly doppelganger. It clearly is her in a different timeline, or perhaps in her own future, etc., where you know how these kind of things work. And it's interesting that somehow she's able to swap places with her. I haven't quite figured that little part out exactly. I'm sure there's a way that it's doable and explained. Still very interesting, fascinating, and horrifying at the same time. But I think another important takeaway from this, boys and girls, is don't do drugs. That's just my 2 cents on that situation. But we I ain't gonna get into that. Either way, a very interesting and fascinating story. It certainly brought me in. And it's not every day that you see a Bruno either, so that's always quite interesting. I mean, Cordelia is also a very unique and interesting name. But Bruno, yeah, you don't see many Brunos. So that's quite nice. It was refreshing. A nice story, very enjoyable. I've enjoyed myself. I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. Something terrifying is guarding the outpost. An aged corpse. He bore heavy wrinkles with dark circles encasing his sunken eyes. Although his mouth was buried under a patchy white beard, it was clear that his lips were paled and chipped. Fatigue was frozen onto his face. He laid upon a patch of sand which stained his loose, muted green uniform. His name tag read Vasquez. Sand. Bundles of sand began crashing onto the corpse, each strike followed by a metallic instrument stabbing the ground. The noises in succession sluggishly formed a tired rhythm. "Hurry it up, Caleb," a voice commanded. Caleb extracted a larger pile of sand and heaved it onto the corpse. Out here, it was quiet. The roar of jets and the chopping of propellers had long dissipated over the horizon of vast sands and wave-like ridges. The sounds of the shovel stabbing the ground echoed off the encircling mountains. As Caleb continued robotically, he decided to name this outpost after a place in his home state, Horseshoe Bend. He thought of this upon noticing how the surrounding peaks boxed the outpost in on 3 sides, much like the shape of a horseshoe. He finished. One would think there was no corpse here to begin with. The sun was now just barely peeking over the western slope of the mountain. "Caleb, you're on guard tonight," the same voice said. Caleb jerked up and glared at him, eyes wide with shock. "Will that be a problem?" The voice was Vince. He towered over Caleb with a dark glare. His crossed arms were like 2 large rodents. Caleb felt as though Vince could tear off his head with his bare hands. Caleb's breathing became erratic, and he could feel the color draining away from his face. As he murmured in hushed, raspy whispers, he signed to Vince. "Did you not see his body? If I go, I'll die too." As Vince began closing the gap between himself and Caleb, the sun sank behind the mountains. Caleb stumbled backwards. He continued to sign. "We don't have a way of winning. We have to leave from here. We go when I say we go, and I will say we go when we find what's hidden here." As Caleb kept backing away from Vince, he noticed that a fellow soldier had been sitting idly amused. Caleb signed to him. "Skinner, please, help me." "I don't speak sign language, bud." Skinner chuckled as he started polishing his rifle. Caleb's back hit a wall. Vince was now in his face. He hunched down to meet Caleb's eyes. Caleb felt frozen in place. There was an unbearable pause as Caleb struggled to meet Vince's eyes. Then, Vince looked to his right. Caleb cautiously followed his gaze. "You see that?" Caleb was unsure of what to see. They were both looking out the mouth of the Horseshoe Ridge. The view was the same as it had been for the past few weeks. No. Something was wrong. Caleb squinted. "There you go. Now you're getting it." Caleb indeed saw. He signed, "Our footprints are gone. That was our last hope. Now we definitely can't find our way back." Chills ran down his spine. Suddenly, he felt he could no longer breathe. He collapsed. Sand crept between his nails as he balled his fists in the ground. He thought to himself, "I should never have come. I should never have agreed to this. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid." As if he was reading his mind, Vince said, "Afraid you got no choice now. I'll only say it one more time. We came here to find treasure. We will leave only once we've found it. You're on guard tonight. If you die, you die." The soft orange glow of the setting sun blanketed the desert. As Vince arranged rations for dinner, Caleb stared at the watchtower where he would be stationed. Its eagle's nest was only a few meters high, leading one to question its utility. However, this outpost was already in such a defenseless position that the watchtower would not have had much advantage regardless of its height. Much like the rest of the outpost, the watchtower was rusted and dusty. By now, generations of soldiers had died for the hopeless purpose of guarding this cursed valley. If bullets from the peaks would not kill Caleb, the westward wind surely would. Caleb thought, as if to reassure himself, "Maybe I'll get a slightly better view of the desert from up there." He declined to join Vince and Skinner for dinner. Skinner scowled at his plate before poking it with his fork. The potatoes took on the same color as the sand, the last thing he'd want to be reminded of during dinner. The dining room walls looked like concrete, with black stains dripping from long, scattered cracks. There was a single dim, flickering yellow light bulb dangling over the middle of the room by a thin thread. The rectangle table was made of some brown metal and wobbled at the slightest disturbance. At every step on the rough, damp floor, one would feel like they were drowning their feet in grime and mold. These soldiers had long detached themselves from the hazards of unsanitary food. Vince broke the silence. "Skinner, you perplex me." Skinner paused, holding a forkful of potato midway from the plate to his mouth. It was the first time Vince had ever spoken to him. Vince continued, "You joined the army to fight for your country, that right?" Yes, sir. Been my dream like my dad for me." "Then why come with me? You knew we wouldn't be doing anything for our country." Vince took a large bite. While chewing, he went on, "I couldn't have been clearer about our goals, so there's no way you misunderstood me. So what happened?" Skinner fidgeted. He dared not take his bite before answering Vince's question. "You keep eating, Skinner, or your food will get cold." Like a machine, Skinner put the fork in his mouth and chewed slowly. His eyes didn't meet Vince's, but he felt his black stare piercing him. "Sir, with all due respect, why haven't you put me on guard duty yet?" "You feel underutilized?" Whereas Vince's words felt as swift as bullets, Skinner stepped over each word as if they were landmines. "Sir, I believe I'm qualified for it." Vince smiled, and he patted and gripped Skinner's shoulder. Skinner flinched. "Then you're the dumbest goddamn soldier out of the four we started with." Vince took his hand off Skinner and stood up to clean his plate. Walking away from the table, he spoke over his shoulder. "I mean, are you blind? Did you not see what the body looked like? Shit. I should have put you on guard duty the first night to get rid of the dead weight." Skinner clenched his jaw and tightened his grip on his fork. "You're the one who's blind, sir." He stood up and faced Vince. Vince stopped. He turned his head halfway behind. "Don't you see? Something's been guarding the treasure, and Vasquez clearly tried to take it and run. Whatever's been guarding it, killed him." Vince turned around completely. He held a curious expression, but Skinner observed a hint of malice behind that glare. Nevertheless, he continued. "What I'm saying is, you put me on guard duty, and we go together to find it. That way you'll know I'm not trying to make a fool out of you, and we'll have a better chance of getting it." Vince wore a smile. It made Skinner uncomfortable. It appeared timed, as if Vince had programmed it to appear once Skinner stopped talking. He walked up to Skinner and once again patted his shoulder. Skinner flinched. "I really think you're onto something here. Let's do your plan next time. I don't think Caleb is the type to do what you're suggesting, so he'll join us too." He walked away to the bunks, and that was the end of that. Skinner silently stood in the middle of the empty room. Something in Vince's voice deeply unsettled him. It felt as though Vince had offered him a poisoned drink. Moonlight washed over the horizon. An indigo haze descended upon the distant ridges. Caleb stood alert, shifting his attention between the four sides of the eagle's nest. Even as he listened vigilantly, the night was nearly as quiet as the day. Not a single rodent scurrying around. Not a single bird scavenging the dead. Nothing except for the occasional dry breeze. Caleb sighed. Hours passed. He was now lounging on the floor of the eagle's nest. Even if he were to lay prone, his head would still be peeking above cover. No wonder this is such a death trap, he thought. If I die here tonight, at least I got a nice view. The haze had been replaced by the silhouette of a large ridge with the moon shining just behind it. The stars were more visible now. Caleb began counting them, taking note of the ones that seemed to flicker. Some of them are satellites. I can't remember how to tell, though. He tried his best to exude calm, but he couldn't hide from himself the sweat of his palms. Caleb's attention darted towards the west side of the outpost. He was unsure of what sound he would have preferred to hear. He had expected to hear footsteps in the sand, or a distant gunshot. But a door creaking open, and so nearby? That means there's an intruder. He held his binoculars up to his eyes, struggling to see through his shaking hands. He leveled his breathing and scanned the outpost. A gust of wind blew sand off the roofs of various buildings. An object rattled against the column. He paused at one building positioned directly behind the bunks. It was barely visible, but there was a window at the ground level through which he could see a room illuminated by a dim yellow light. He didn't recognize this room. It was unreachable through any doors within that building. Whoever was in there clearly knew the layout of the outpost better than any of them did. Caleb continued to examine the room from his position. Inside, there seemed to be nothing but a large cylindrical brick structure about half the height of an average soldier. It had a circular opening, and within there seemed to be a dark pit. Is that a well? Movement. A small shadow expanded to fill the entire room until all the light from the bulb was swallowed. Caleb was now staring at a pitch-black window. Then, the light quickly returned. Vince stood at the window, staring directly at Caleb. Caleb dropped his binoculars and stumbled backwards. He started hyperventilating in his confusion. Before he could process anything, the moon was blotted out. All the stars disappeared. The mountains ceased to exist. Finally, Caleb could no longer see what was immediately in front of him. He reached out. His hands, too, had disappeared. He was blinded. Tears pooled in his eyes as his hyperventilating turned into silenced whimpers. Needles. Trillions of sharp pricks carved deeper and deeper into his skull. He attempted to scream as he held his head. His efforts were futile. The pain only grew worse. He felt as though his brain was expanding against his skull, spawning an escalating pressure. Yet, no matter how close his head felt to exploding, the pressure kept intensifying. It was as if an infinite number of syringes were injecting some liquid into his brain. A voice rang out. It was a scream. Who was screaming? Caleb was far overwhelmed by agony to realize that it was he who was screaming. It was the first time he'd ever heard his own voice. Vince watched from next to the well. From his point of view, the eagle's nest of the watchtower was imprisoned by a pitch-black void, as if a black hole had swallowed it. The sounds of Caleb's screams reached him. He thought, fascinating. It gave him a voice. The screams grew in intensity. It began to sound like they were furiously rubbing against his vocal cords. He clawed at his face, sinking his nails deep enough to draw blood. He could barely gasp for air. Tears of mucus gushed out. His screams turned into a gurgle. His vocal cords had been viciously torn to shreds. Blood mixed in with his saliva. This pain he was inflicting upon himself was nothing, however. He was driven to the point of pain being a momentary reprieve from torture. 1 minute had passed, and Caleb finally stopped screaming. Not even the softest whisper could be heard from him. Vince watched the black void move swiftly and silently away from the watchtower and towards the bunks. In the eagle's nest laid Caleb's corpse, aged by at least 90 years. His eyes had sunken, and thin strands of white hair protruded from the top of his head like stems of dead flowers. Vince tightly gripped a wooden lid as he observed the void. It didn't take long before Skinner began to scream. Vince started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. On 5, he slammed the lid into the well. Immediately, the void rushed back and phased through the lid. Vince hurried over to Skinner. He found Skinner convulsing on his bed. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he groaned. Vince wasted no time in shaking him to his senses. "Skinner, I need you to talk. What did it do to you? What did you see?" Skinner coughed amid gasps for air. Vince noticed that all of Skinner's hair had fallen in piles all over his bed. The wrinkles around his eyes and mouth became more prominent. In fact, it looked like Skinner had aged a decade. He finally calmed himself down. He stared at Vince, as though struggling to recognize him. Suddenly, Vince felt a blunt force striking his nose. He found himself restrained. Skinner had put him in a chokehold. When did he learn this? He thought. He attempted to break Skinner's hold, but was only met with an immovable mountain. Skinner growled. "I should kill you right now. You're a depraved, sick thing." He tightened the chokehold. Vince, still trying to break the hold, whispered, "What did you see?" Blood trickled out his nose. The question only angered Skinner further. Despite this, he let Vince free. Amid Vince's violent coughs and gasps, Skinner spoke. "That thing, the void you've been playing with? It's not guarding the treasure. There is no treasure. What, you think this is the treasure is the void itself?" Vince, although panting, composed himself. "No, the void is the treasure. I've been experimenting with it. No, I don't think you understand. There is no treasure. The void is not a treasure to be sought. It is sentient. It is intelligent. You can never open that well again." Vince only grimaced at Skinner in response. Skinner stormed up to him and grabbed his hair. "You listen to me. You were dealing with a force so beyond you, it's like an ant thinking it can control the sun. If that's not enough for you, I'll leave you with something else." He let go of Vince and made his way towards the exit of the bunks. He opened the door, inviting Vince to leave with him. In the distance, past the mouth of the horseshoe, the first streaks of blue had sprouted over the horizon. It knew your name, but that part shouldn't scare you. What should scare you is that it knows your name isn't actually Vince. And that was Something Terrifying is Guarding the Outpost by Timentos oh my goodness gracious. I might have to just put it up on the screen. Timentos Yevinian. Timentos Yevinian. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that up on the screen. I'm just gonna butcher it if I keep trying. Sadly, it was taken down from r/NoSleep because you know how that forum can be. They like to be a bit hardcore with some of their critiques, and they'll take stuff down just because. I'm sure many of you have experienced that as well as I've been told. I haven't put anything on there myself, but maybe one day. But luckily they were still polite enough to give me access to the story because they submitted it as an assignment for their college creative writing class. So that was awesome. I'm really glad we still got to read that. This is a cool little story. The fact that it's like so you got an air mystery, you got like a little group of soldiers. I'm pretty sure Vince is also a soldier. At first, I kind of thought he was maybe like a guy like maybe it was a private contract kind of situation. He had hired these guys to kind of just do some work for them. And that he was just the employer, but I guess he could have also been a soldier. Maybe he's like a higher rank or something like that. It's kind of hard to suss out all the details, but you have enough information here that kind of paints enough of a picture that allows you to establish what's going on, right? You got a group of soldiers. One of them knows what's going on. They're there to investigate and find a treasure. That's what he keeps telling everybody. There's a hidden treasure. And I believe there were 4 of them based on what they were saying. But I wonder if that includes Vince or doesn't include Vince. I believe it would have. But then it's just strange, right? Because so obviously Vasquez was first on guard duty, got destroyed by the void, aged too far. So that's an interesting point. The fact that this shadow creature, void, demon thing, whatever, it attacks their victims in a way. It ages them, kind of like sucking the life out of them, if you will, which is cool. That's the thing we've seen before. Always interesting to see it used because it's just such a haunting idea, right? The fact that whatever you're encountering or dealing with can literally, I mean, it does suck the life out of you. It ages you to such a crazy extent. You know what I mean? That in some cases it kills them, or in other cases it just ages you, but not like 1 or 2 years. We're talking decades at a time. I mean, that's huge. To lose 10 years of your life like that, oh my god, what just flew into my eye? I was trying to talk. Damn it. Sorry. That just hurt. You know when stuff flies in your eye and it just hurts? Yeah, I don't know if that was like a bit of dust or I don't know what that was. Anyway, but yeah, it's just it's a horrifying thought, right? I know personally, for me, that would probably be a big fear. The idea of like something taking literally 10 years of my life away, like that. I mean, that's insane. And then to think it can continue, not just the once, it can keep going all the way. That's insane. You know what I mean? Because it literally it just ends you. That's crazy. So I love the monster. I think that's a great touch. The fact it lives in kind of a well is interesting. So you got some kind of an abandoned outpost. It's in a well, which has a lid on it. And it seems that whenever you take the lid off, then it comes out almost kind of like the rules of a genie or a djinn. How it's like it's contained to a certain thing until it's allowed to come out. So that's interesting. Very, very interesting. And then also we have the awesome little ending hint there where Skinner's incredibly upset and talking about like, you're basically an ant and this is the power of the sun kind of stuff. It's like, wow, that's quite that if that's an amazing metaphor right there. But then you've also got the fact that it's like, oh, and it also knows your real name. It's like, ooh, okay, so there's even more secrets going on. That's exciting. I mean, overall, I really enjoyed the story. It was awesome. It was really fun. I very much enjoyed it. I sure hope you guys did too. Let me know what you want to see next. We'll see you next time. Take care, guys. Today, I babysat my younger self. Today was my day off. Well, actually, I work from home on Wednesdays, but I completed most of my designs on the weekend, so I only had to spend a bit of time on the upcoming project plan. It wouldn't have taken more than a couple of hours to do anyway. Except, I didn't manage to do anything at all, because of the kid that sat at the foot of my bed when I woke up. I have to say, I am deeply embarrassed at the numerous curses that unfurled out of my mouth when I first spotted it. I mean, screaming, "Get out! See you next Tuesday," at a child that couldn't have been older than 6 years old was not the most appropriate thing to do. But to be fair, a random child sitting on your bed in the morning would elicit a strong reaction from just about anyone. Maybe not a series of swears, but certainly fright at a minimum. I fumbled around for my glasses, and after putting them on, I was able to take a good look at them. Her. She was small, so my assumption that she was around 6 seemed correct. She was tanned, with long brown hair and a fringe covering her forehead. It was a similar color to mine. Chubby cheeks and a school uniform on. My old primary school uniform. That was really weird. She was visibly shaken from my words. "Why are you swearing?" she exclaimed, shocked at my outburst. I blinked. "Who are you?" "What do you mean? I'm you." She looked at me, confused. I coughed, choking up at her words. What do you mean? What is this? Is this a prank? I quickly hopped out of bed and immediately covered myself. In my haste, I'd forgotten that I only sleep in my knickers, so I screeched for her to turn around. She did, in embarrassment, before she turned back around defiantly. "Why should I? I'm you. Ew, why are you so chunky?" she stated in horror. I quickly put on my dressing gown. "I'm not," I said through gritted teeth. I composed myself again. Seriously, though, who are you? Where are your parents? Our parents, she corrected, hopping off the bed. She looked at my alarm clock. It's 11 o'clock. Why are you still sleeping? Because it's my day off? I scoffed. I couldn't believe I was having a conversation with this girl, this child. Why was I entertaining her? I watched in annoyance as she traipsed around my small apartment, picking things up and not putting them back in their place. Can you sit still for 1 minute and tell me where your parents are? If not, I'll call the police. I stated sternly. She sat down on my sofa compliantly. Why would you call the police? They already told you I was coming. She scoffed, sticking her nose up in the air. Who's they? The people that sent me here, obviously. You should have had a phone call from them. For a moment, I actually considered she was telling the truth. I never pick up calls from numbers I don't recognize. But even so, the whole situation was so ridiculous that there was no feasible way that there was any truth to her words. Plus, you can't call the police, she said, looking in disgust at the cigarette packet I had left on the coffee table. I grabbed them sheepishly and put them in my pocket. I can't believe you smoke. Why can't I call the police? I guffawed, in awe of her confidence. Because, silly, time has stopped. If you were outside, you would have noticed. She pointed to the window, and to my horror, she was correct. Everyone outside was stood perfectly still, as if they were frozen. A man walking his dog with both of them meticulously balancing mid-stride. A woman about to take a bite out of her sandwich. A cyclist stopped in the middle of the road. I see, I laughed, scratching my head. I must still be dreaming. You're not, she said in annoyance, clearly frustrated at my refusal to take her seriously. I can't believe future me is such a letdown. Is that alcohol? I'd forgotten to clear up after friends had visited a few days ago. I was going to do it today, I swear. Yes, it is. I'm an adult. I promised Mommy I would never drink alcohol or smoke. She folded her arms, shaking her head. Oh, really? I taunted, then changed my tone. She was still a child, after all. Life changes a lot when you grow older. You're only, like 6? I'm 8, she huffed. And I know, that's why I'm here, she said, kicking her small legs up. 8 made sense. She was far too eloquent to be 6. Well, what do you want to know? I asked, finally settling down in my armchair. This perked her up, and before she could begin, I interjected with another question. Wait, before that, I need to check if you were, actually, me. What was the name of our first favorite stuffed toy? Without a beat, she answered, Blue Bear. I was a little bit shocked, but it was also not the most imaginative of names, so I asked her another. What's our... I struggled to think of something that my 8-year-old self did or liked. What's our least favorite food? Kiwi. Okay, 2 for 2. I needed to think of something no one bar myself would be able to know the answer to. What are we most afraid of? She paused for a second, hesitating to answer. In a small, weak voice, she responded, Uncle Harry. My heart sank. She was correct. I felt like a villain, making a small child have to speak about such a horrible thing. Something that I, as an adult, have at least been able to work through, somewhat. I stood up and sat down next to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Well, I suppose they were my shoulders, at some point, but it felt too strange to call her myself as well. I passed her a tissue to aid her sniffles. I'm sorry. Are you hungry? I asked in an attempt to soothe her. Instantly, her eyes lit up, and she nodded fervently. Okay, what would you like? Pancakes! So I did just that. I rustled up some pancakes, and provided her with some lemon and sugar to put on top. I didn't have Nutella, which I knew was what she really wanted, but she still ate them happily. So, why is it you're here again? I asked, looking up at my clock. It still said 11 a.m., even though it had definitely been over an hour since she'd been here. Through mouthfuls of food, she started to explain. I'm here to see my future, and how it turns out, so I have a lot of questions. She swallowed. Do you have a boyfriend? I choked on my coffee, but I should have expected it. What else would a young girl want to know than if she'd met her Prince Charming? No. I did have one once, but that was the only time. What do you mean? When? Why? She quizzed, and I tried to think of a way to phrase my response in a way that wouldn't have made her head explode. Though, if I recall correctly, I don't think younger me was bigoted in any way. Well, first of all, it was when I was 15. A boy called Joe, who was in my class. Our class. Your future class? I don't know how to word this. I'll just say my class so it's easier. She nodded. It didn't last long. We only kissed once and then decided we weren't compatible. Then I never dated any boys again. Did he break your heart? She exclaimed, and I almost burst out laughing. No, nothing like that. I did date lots of people afterwards, just not boys. I saw the cogs turning in her head. You're a lesbian? She asked, shocked. Her fork dropped on her plate. I panicked for a moment. Was this the wrong thing to say? She continued. That's weird, because I'm not a lesbian. Well, a better response than what I was expecting from her shocked expression. I knew not to explain any further, so I just shrugged. No, you're not. I am, though. That's strange, even though you're me, she stated. Anyway, are you a pop star? That time I did laugh out loud. It was so unbelievably endearing to hear the childish expectations that younger me had for myself. Albeit slightly melancholic, but obviously through growing up, I departed from such ideals. Not at all. Do you think I look like a pop star? Not really. Pop stars are much skinnier, she said, bluntly. Ouch. Once again. So what job will I have? Wow. Doesn't get any less bizarre to hear her talking about my life like it's hers as well. Even though it technically will be. I'm a graphic designer for a tech company. Sorry, not going to reveal where I work. Oh, so we draw? I like drawing, she squeaked excitedly. Do we make art then? Not really. We use tools on the computer to create designs for backgrounds and logos that the tech company needs. She looked at me in confusion. We don't draw dogs. Oh. She was clearly dejected by the whole ordeal. I only have one more question, she stated sadly. What is it? For some reason, I felt unsettled by her demeanor. Are we happy? It was like a punch to the gut. Such an intense question from such a small being. From me. Younger me. For a moment, I felt my eyes well up a bit. What was I supposed to say? I mean, if I'm being honest, I'm not. I feel drained and burnt out. I feel like I've missed out on lots of opportunities. I haven't lived life the way I wanted to. I smoke and drink more often than I should. I don't have any romantic partners. My dating life is in shambles. I barely have a relationship with our parents. Do I lie to her and tell her everything will be alright? That this life is actually a lot better than it looks? That despite being better, Uncle Harry never leaves us, no matter what therapy or support we receive? That the shadow never goes away? No, I'm not, I stated. It's best to be honest. She could tell I was. Thank you. That's all I need to know. She smiled forlornly. I'll be going now. What? Why? I asked. Part of me wanted her to stay. I wanted to know more about her, the part of myself I'd forgotten for so long. I have everything I need to know. Thank you for answering my questions. Wait, can I ask you something? She turned back to me, and then pondered for a moment. Okay. What was all this? Why are you here, really? She looked at me in confusion. I already told you, to see what my future is. I know that, but why? Why do you need to know? I burst out, desperate to get to the bottom of what she meant. I don't understand. Deep down, I did, though. And so I can change it. So I don't become you anymore. She stated nonchalantly, her eyes expressing a distance that I hadn't noticed prior. But what will happen to me? Well, you'll disappear, obviously. But that's fine, isn't it? You already said you were unhappy, and I don't want to become you. My heart was sinking further and further into the abyss of my stomach. I know I said that, but I don't want to disappear. I can change. I can become better. She looked at me with slight pity, a sympathetic nod that appreciated my desperation, but never quite understood nor cared for it. I suppose that makes sense, because she doesn't truly know me. I am a distant warning, a life that she hopes never to return to. To her, I am a mere adult with her likeness, name, and same childhood. Everything I had experienced after I was 8 is something she knows nor cares anything for. She smiled one last time. You won't disappear right away, just once I become who I want to be. Then she disappeared completely. I hadn't even blinked, and she was gone. If it weren't for the plate and cutlery that once held her pancakes, I would have considered that it had all been a dream. I looked up at the clock. 11:01 a.m. Rushing back to the living room window, I saw the people begin to move. The man and his dog walked, the cyclist cycled, and the woman on the bench swallowed a large chunk of her sandwich. In the corner of my eye, I saw it. A scrunched up ball of tissue that younger me blew her nose into. At that point, there was no doubt in my mind that this was all very, very real, and the persistent dread that racked my body was only further confirmation of such. So, that's that. I babysat my younger self, and now I'm filled with the existential dread that, at some point, I will cease to exist, erased from time completely. A mistake. Yet, as I type this, there is a small part of me that feels almost happy. Not for myself, but for her. The me that I neglected. Maybe she will have a better life than the one I never managed to live properly. I suppose I shouldn't have let the cynicism of adult life overwhelm me. And that was Today I Babysat My Younger Self by Mouse Curtains on r/no-sleep. So this one is such a great thought exercise, but at the same time it's harrowing, right? So the idea that you, because usually when you're talking about like seeing your future or something like that, parallel universes, alternate dimensions, however you want to define it, it's usually us looking to the future, right, and seeing future representations of us and maybe different timelines and stuff like that. What I like about this one is the fact that it's the other way around. You are the person who is being seen as the future person, right? Which then it makes you concerned and think, because the idea is, oh well, that's amazing. So there's a level of time travel or something like that exists in some way, shape, or form. We get like a little bit of a hint about how that works here. There's like a company or some kind of people or something like that who contacted her, but she obviously didn't really notice it. But so that all aside, basically we're just going that we know this works. But so here's where it gets like deep, and that's kind of why I wanted to maybe have a little bit of a longer talk here. Is the idea of like, what would you do in this situation? Right? Let's say younger you, maybe even a few years back or whatever. Could be a long amount of time. Sees you have yourself this kind of interaction, and you're told that you might cease to exist because they're going to change certain things that would obviously change who you are and your position and stuff. But then you have to wonder, does it actually erase you from existence? Like, does it delete a whole timeline? Or does it just maybe modify a timeline to an extent? Interesting. It's fascinating. And then, yet again, the idea is it's so deep, isn't it? It's so horrifying. So it's you yourself doing this to you. Could you do that to yourself? Could you tell yourself that? I feel like I don't know. I feel like if I had the capability of being able to interact with myself in some way, shape, or form, whether it be in the future, the past, even just now, like even just having like a clone of myself now, sort of a situation. I feel like it'd be so interesting, right? There's so much you could talk about, and yet at the same time, you don't have to talk about a lot because you both are the same person. You have potentially a similar thought process and similar ideas, similar hobbies and stuff. So you get on really well with each other. But at the same time, would you? It just opens up a door of so many possibilities and so many questions and so many thought exercises about like how would you handle the situation where you're deciding the fate of your future. If you had that capability of being able to see your future, and knowing, at least with the future person's advice, what you can do to change certain negative outcomes to be a more positive thing. Obviously, I think that'd be ideal. If you could learn what the negatives were and you can avoid those, that's obviously ideal. And then in this story, that's what's happened. The younger version has learned about the future. She doesn't like it because obviously they're of different minds and stuff like that, and they are different people at this point, because over a period of years you change, you evolve, you do things differently. I mean, not everything works out the way you think it will, for example. Like you might go to school for any kind of a degree, and you might end up with a job that has nothing to do with that degree. For example, it's just incredible. The more that you really try to break this concept down and think about it, it really does just spawn off a million different ideas. It is such a crazy fun sci-fi story thing, and it gives you such a form of terror, but not like a typical monster kind of terror. It's more like it's more mental terror, isn't it? Oh man, it was a really good story. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope you did too. I won't ramble on anymore because I know I could, but we'll save that for future stuff anyway. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. I used to work transporting containers for the government. Working on ships had always been routine for me, spending months at sea, unloading and loading containers, sailing through the most unusual waters. I loved the sea. The wind blowing vigorously on your face, nothing human for miles on end, just you, the swaying of the waves, and occasionally some animals. Although, I must admit, one thing that always made me somewhat uneasy were the dark nights at sea, where, depending on the time of year, we couldn't see the moon and sometimes not even the stars clearly. It was on one of those dark nights, in the middle of an open ocean, that I experienced something that changed my life. It was around 2022, when our ship was arriving at a small commercial port in China. Night was falling heavily upon us, shrouding everything in deep darkness. The wind was howling through the ropes, and the waves were crashing against the hull of the ship with a deafening roar. I was on duty at that moment, helping him maneuver the containers off the deck. The crew was tense, but we kept our focus on our tasks. A thick fog began to form, and the harbor man responsible for the instructions we received, if I remember correctly, his name was Wang, started murmuring something. I don't have much proficiency in Chinese, just the very basics, so I got lost in his words, asking him to repeat. I only understood 2 words of what he said. Be careful. I paused for a moment, thinking about it. Better say something else, but the captain urgently called us back to the ship. We were going to leave before that terrible storm formed. I looked back as we departed, and Wang's worried look still lingered on his face as he disappeared into the fog. As we moved away from the port, the ocean breeze seemed to thicken, enveloping the ship in a chilly embrace. The sounds of the sea became muffled and distorted, as if we were sailing through a tunnel. Some birds chirping, distorted cries, and waves crashing all around. Alright guys, I'm off to bed. I muttered before the weather got even worse. It wasn't my watch night that day, so I wanted to make the most of a full sleep. I dragged myself to my cabin, feeling fatigue weighing on my limbs as the ship gently swayed beneath my feet. The fog outside seemed to seep into even the darkest corners of the vessel, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere that left me restless. I threw myself on the bed, trying to ignore the muffled sounds coming from the deck. But the more I tried to push away the somber thoughts, the more they seemed to take root in my mind. What had that been with Wang today? Did I mistranslate? Either way, I felt bad, unlucky, with a bitter taste in my mouth. I fell asleep, in a heavy sleep, immersed in the darkness of the cabin. I'm not exactly sure how long it was when I woke up, along with the rest of the crew. Tim, the guy who stood guard that night, was banging frantically on my door, his face pale and his eyes wide open. "Wake up, man! You need to see this!" he exclaimed, his voice trembling. Confused and still sleepy, I got up and followed Tim to the deck, where the other crew members were gathering in a confused silence, looking at something ahead of the ship. Some seemed to be searching for something, and others irritated. As we emerged onto the deck, I was immediately hit by the cold, damp night air. The thick fog enveloped everything, obscuring our vision completely. I joined the other crew members, trying to glimpse what had caught everyone's attention. "So, Mr. Timothy, what did you want to show?" Old Joe asked, more grumpily than usual. "I saw something like a submarine or a missile. It was big, grey, and we were heading straight for it," Tim exclaimed, his voice trembling. Voices began to murmur after that last sentence. "Quiet," the captain said, his firm voice immediately silencing everyone. The captain grabbed his binoculars and scanned the horizon, frowning with concern. A tense silence hung over the deck as we awaited his assessment. "I don't see anything up there, Tim. You may have been mistaken," the captain finally said, passing the binoculars to the next crew member. But before we could finish, a distant sound echoed through the fog. It was a low, almost imperceptible noise, but enough to send a shiver down everyone's spine. "What the hell was that?" someone asked, their voice tinged with fear. Ahead of us, in the foggy darkness, something moved slowly in the water. At first it was just an indistinct shadow, but as our eyes adjusted to the darkness, the shape became clearer. A wave of nervous murmuring swept through the group as we watched, hypnotized, the apparition before us. It was a whale, a colossal creature emerging from the fog like a sea ghost. Its massive body rose from the depths, its dark grey skin faintly shimmering in the dim moonlight. It let out an immense roar, one of those roars. We saw its head emerging from the water, and it was huge. By the shape, I'd say it's a sperm whale. I know they're not whales, but that's besides the point, you biology nerd. The imposing presence of the sperm whale seemed to fill the space around us, filling us with a sense of insignificance in the face of the vastness of the ocean. Its penetrating gaze fixed on us, as if studying us minutely. Silence fell over the deck as we all watched the creature with a mixture of fascination and fear. The sound of the sea seemed muffled, as if the ocean itself was holding its breath in the face of the whale's majesty. Suddenly, it plunged back into the depths, disappearing into the darkness. A collective sigh escaped from the lips of the crew, but the tension still hung in the air. "What was that?" the first mate said, low, beside the captain. The captain remained silent for a moment before replying, his expression serious and worried. "I'm not sure," he whispered, "but something tells me we shouldn't be here." Suddenly he turned, speaking loudly and with a slight smile on his face. "I thank Mr. Tim for giving us this breathtaking view, but if he only called us here to watch marine mammals, I believe my sleep is more important." And so the crowd dispersed, and I, in the same way, returned to my dreams and my warm blanket. As I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find comfort, images of the sperm whale continued to haunt my thoughts. I wondered what could have brought that magnificent creature from the depths so close to our ship. Finally, exhausted by the turbulence of my thoughts, I succumbed to fatigue and plunged into a fitful sleep. Strange and disturbing dreams haunted my mind, filled with distorted images of dark waters, sharp teeth, endless tentacles. I struggled in the depths of a stormy sea, fighting against invisible currents and something very large. When I finally woke up, the sun was already rising in the sky, dissipating the last traces of the night. As I groggily got out of bed, a persistent feeling of unease remained within me, like a shadow refusing to completely dissipate. I couldn't pay attention to those thoughts. I dressed appropriately and went up the ship, ready for another day of labor. As I worked, I noticed that the atmosphere on board had subtly changed since the incident the night before. The crew seemed more cautious, their eyes constantly scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. Conversations and whispered murmurs across the deck, speculations about something strange happening, nightmares. The captain, meanwhile, remained reserved and taciturn, his serious face revealing little of his internal thoughts. He steered the ship with a firm hand as always, but there was a noticeable tension in his posture, as if he were fighting against some dark omen that had haunted him since the previous night. I noticed his sunken eyes. He probably hadn't slept well either. As the day slowly progressed, a sense of apprehension settled over the ship gradually, much like the heavy fog that began to hang over the sea. Finally, we ended our shift. The whistle sounded, inviting us to the mess hall, to feed us with a warm meal before resting for the next journey. The crew gathered around the tables, sharing meals and conversations in an effort to ward off the weight of what had happened the previous night. However, even with food and camaraderie, the tension persisted in the air. Conversations were punctuated by nervous glances out the windows, as if they expected to see something emerging from the fog at any moment. I, too, felt restless, unable to shake off the worry from my mind. After dinner, I returned to my cabin, determined to rest a bit before the next shift. But as I lay in bed, the feeling of unease only seemed to grow. I knew I wouldn't be able to relax. I decided to start my watch earlier, and Tim, who was on before me, seemed very grateful to leave from there. The night was dense and humid as the fog enveloped us, small water droplets condensing on the surface of the ship like a cold sweat. I climbed to the deck, taking in deep breaths of the salty sea air. The darkness was almost palpable, engulfing the ship in an oppressive embrace. I advanced cautiously, my senses sharpened by the sense of alertness that hung over us. The wind whispered a faint whistle as I walked across the deck, my steps echoing in the stillness of the night. The fog clung to the lamps, turning their light flickering, casting distorted shadows that danced around me. Every sound was amplified in the darkness, echoing like a silent omen. I noticed a solitary figure standing at the bow, gazing at the horizon with an almost tangible intensity. It was the captain, his silhouette outlined against the dark sky. I walked towards him, feeling a shiver run down my spine. "Captain?" I called, my voice sounding small and weak in the vastness of the night. He turned to face me, his tired eyes reflecting the dim light of one of the spotlights. "Oh, it's you," he said, his voice laden with concern. "I thought it was Tim's shift. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to switch with him. Is everything alright, Captain?" I asked, feeling a knot of anxiety form in my stomach. He sighed, running a hand over his weary face. "No, it's not," he admitted. "There's something wrong about this night. I could feel it in my gut." I joined him at the bow, looking out at the dark horizon before us. "What do you think is happening, Captain?" I asked, my voice barely audible above the roar of the sea. He shook his head, his expression grim. "I'm not sure," he confessed, "but something tells me it's not good." His voice lowered. "There's something following us. I could see it on the radar. It's been like this since we set sail." A chill ran down my spine at his words, a sense of fear settling in my chest. The captain's confirmation only heightened my unease. I looked at the thick fog surrounding the ship, imagining what could be hidden within those sinister shadows. A feeling of paranoia began to creep over me. What should we do, Captain? Is it that whale?" I asked, my voice trembling with growing anxiety as I remembered that strange encounter. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "For now, just stay vigilant," he finally said. "Keep your eyes and ears open. If something happens, everyone must be ready to act." I nodded. Together, we stood at the bow of the ship, watching the dark sea before us, every shadow and movement scrutinized with growing attention. Time seemed to drag on as we waited, tension mounting with each passing moment. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the fog, a low, guttural sound that made my heart freeze in my chest. I looked at the captain, seeing the reflection of my own fear in his eyes. It was the same sound we heard the night before. Soon, the first mate came. "Captain, something is approaching the ship and fast!" The captain raised an eyebrow, his face tense with worry. "Prepare for whatever comes," he ordered, his voice firm. "All men to their posts. Be ready for any eventuality." The crew moved quickly, their faces tense as they prepared for whatever was about to come. I joined my colleagues, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to maintain composure in the face of growing sense of imminent danger. The fog around us seemed to become even denser, enveloping the ship in a cold and oppressive embrace. The sounds of the sea distorted, turning into indistinct murmurs that echoed in the darkness. I realized that the environment was becoming turbulent, the water shaking and foaming, and then we saw in the distance a large wave coming towards us. "What is this?" I tried to ask, but my voice wouldn't come out. I started to tremble, frozen before it, feeling... frozen before it, feeling like nothing, empty. And I swear to God, I almost wet myself right there. The wave was over 4 times bigger than the ship. It seemed almost to swallow us. But that wasn't the worst. No. A lightning bolt struck in the distance in the ocean, its light dissipating towards us, and I could see, inside the wave, the colossal shadow of the sperm whale moving at a surprising speed. Its size was impressive, its massive body cutting through the water with ease, leaving behind a trail of foam and vapor. A sense of panic took hold of me as I watched that creature, its imposing presence filling the space around us with an aura of power and majesty. The crew rushed to their stations, preparing to face whatever was about to come. The captain remained on the deck, his expression stoic as he commanded the men to their positions. The deafening sound of the approaching wave echoed through the deck, a powerful roar reverberating in my ears. "Brace for impact!" shouted the captain, his voice lost in the cacophony of the ocean. I held on tight, my heart beating uncontrollably as the wave approached closer and closer. The colossal wave loomed over us like an imminent threat, passing over the vessel. I could see the huge body of the sperm whale above us, my heart hammering as if it was about to burst out of my chest. I thought it was my end, but it wasn't. The creature fell on the other side of the boat, the thunder almost deafening us, as a mass of water tossed the ship as if it were made of paper. We swayed violently, the hull creaking under the impact of the colossal wave. I clung tightly to the edge of the deck, struggling to maintain balance as the sea roared around us. The sperm whale disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only the distant echo of its imposing presence. As the ship stabilized, the crew regrouped, our pale and tense faces reflecting the shock of the encounter. The captain remained on the deck, his expression grim as he assessed the damage. "Is everyone alright?" as he asked, his voice tense. We nodded, still stunned by the impact of the wave. I rose from the deck, my limbs trembling with the adrenaline that still pulsed through my veins. "What was that?" I asked, my voice faltering. The captain shook his head, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I have a feeling that we have just witnessed only the beginning." As the crew recovered from the shock of the encounter, a persistent sense of unease lingered in the air. I looked out to the horizon, to the dark and impenetrable water stretching into infinity. Now the sea's agitation was only inertia, and so little time passed, and it was already calming down. A silence settled in. Not a safe one, but a heavy and ochre silence. There were no birds, no sign of movement. It was as if the sea itself had died. The captain gathered the crew on the deck, his expression serious and determined, reflecting the urgency of the situation. "Everyone listen," he began, his voice filled with authority. "Whatever that was, we cannot afford to underestimate it. We are facing something unknown, and we need to remain vigilant. We must stay together, work as a team, and be ready to act at any moment." The captain continued, "If there are more encounters like this, we need to be prepared." Our work continued, but now with a sense of urgency and caution that was not present before. Every movement was calculated, every gaze attentive to the horizon in search of any sign of imminent danger. As the hours dragged on, the tension on board only increased. Every sound of the sea kept us on high alert. Every shadow in the fog made us hold our breath. I found myself constantly looking out to sea, searching for any sign of suspicious activity. As the night progressed, the fog seemed to become even denser, enveloping the ship in an oppressive curtain of darkness. I found myself trembling with anticipation, waiting for the next encounter with that mysterious creature that had left us so disturbed. Finally, as dawn began to paint the sky with shades of pink and orange, a kind of collective relief seemed to spread among the crew. It seemed that the threat was dissipating along with the darkness, and gradually the men fell asleep, exhausted from the fatigue and tension faced. I was one of them. I fell into my bed, worn out. It must have been no more than 1 hour, and nothing more, when we were all awakened. A huge bang echoed throughout the entire ship, something hitting the hull with all its force. I jumped out of bed with the sound, running outside, joining many others who were doing the same. As I reached the bow, I saw the large and familiar face of the sperm whale emerge. We recoiled and alert cries sounded. But then, suddenly we realized one thing. It wasn't a normal movement. The thing was static, just floating. It was dead. Its body slowly rotated until it floated onto its side. And definitively, this was the worst part. Its body exhibited a gigantic bite mark on the side, taking up almost half of its body. Some more fervent men began to pray. "Captain!" Tim shouted. "What could have done this?" The man didn't respond, leaving the question hanging. We need to go down to investigate," one of the men said. "We can use the lifeboat and lower it down." "And who's going to go down? You?" another retorted. "Me? No, I just gave the idea." The debate intensified among the crew members, each expressing their concerns and cowardice in the face of the mission. Meanwhile, the inert body of the sperm whale continued to float beside the ship, a silent witness to our intrigues. The captain remained silent for a moment, his expression serious and focused as he assessed the situation. He knew he needed to make a quick and assertive decision to ensure the safety of the crew and understand what had happened to the whale. "It's decided!" I shouted, everyone falling silent at the unexpected statement. "I will lead the investigation team. Prepare the lifeboat." The crew stared at me for a moment, but soon moved quickly, preparing the boat and gathering the necessary supplies for the expedition. The captain nodded at me as I descended, his stern face now showing respect. "Do not hesitate to come back if things get tough down there, son," he said as he slowly released the pulley rope. As we descended, Tim and I, down the side of the ship towards the lifeboat, the sperm whale's body remained by our side, a somber reminder of the danger we faced. The dark and impenetrable water of the ocean stretched before us, a sight that made my stomach twist with anxiety. Once the boat was launched into the sea, we embarked, quickly rowing towards the whale's body. The air was heavy with tense silence, only the sound of the oars cutting through the water breaking the morning stillness. As we approached the whale's body, a sense of unease settled over us. The captain raised a pair of binoculars, examining the whale's body with a serious expression. "Approach with caution," he ordered, his voice filled with authority. As we drew closer to the whale's body, a growing sense of horror took hold of me. The wound on the animal's side was enormous, a grotesque monstrosity that seemed to have been caused by an incredible force. Fragments of flesh and blood floated in the water around the whale, silent witnesses to the violence of the attack. "My God," I murmured. "What could have done this?" Tim remained silent, his tense expression as he surveyed the scene before us. As we approached the wound, a growing sense of horror engulfed me. The torn and bloodied flesh of the whale was a distressing sight, a grim reminder of the brutality that had been inflicted upon it. Carefully, we examined the marks, searching for any clues that could give us a sign of what had happened. As we investigated carefully, one of the men ran across the deck, excited. "Captain, there's something in the water! There's something in the water!" Of course there is. Look at the body." He pointed to the whale. "No, Captain. There's something behind it. Something bigger." Those words froze my blood. My gaze was slowly led through the large slain animal, looking through the hole in its body, and, at the bottom of that tunnel of flesh, beyond the deep and dark waters, I saw an eye. A single, gigantic eye, staring at me. I trembled in despair, my nerves now tense. I couldn't shout anything to Tim, or Guy. I just started rowing frantically, leading us closer to the boat. But that's when it reacted. Its eye blinked, and then shadows began to spread beneath the water. We were almost there when a large tentacle tip emerged, almost like a hand, the size of our boat, or maybe even a little larger, rising to strike. My heart raced as I rowed with all my strength, my body pulsing with adrenaline as I tried to get us away from that imminent danger. The tentacle stretched towards us, its sharp tip cutting through the air with frightening speed. I shouted for Tim to duck, but it was too late. The tentacle struck the boat with force, throwing us out as the impact reverberated through the water. We fell into the icy water, the shock stealing the air from my lungs as I struggled to resurface. The sea was murky with the blood of the dead whale, reduced visibility making it impossible to see what was around us. I fought desperately to orient myself, my senses alert for any sign of imminent danger. Finally, I emerged to the surface. coughing and gasping as I tried to catch my breath. I looked around frantically, searching for support. I saw Tim, already hanging onto the rope, reaching out his hand to me, which I desperately grabbed. The boat was overturned, drifting in the water, and a sinister shadow of the tentacle still loomed over it, squeezing it until it sank to the bottom with an impressive speed. A few seconds later, the whale did the same, pulled with tremendous force, disappearing as its blood stained the path to the depths. We quickly reached the top of the ship, pulled by the men who urged us on. After a brief conversation, we never touched on the subject again. The rest of our days were spent in silence on the matter, and no one spoke more than necessary. Perhaps the only time this pattern was broken was one night, where I was in my cabin and heard a knock on the door. "Come in," I said. The captain entered, serious as always, closing the door behind him. "It reached us because of the container," he said dryly. "What?" "You know it's part of the contract not to touch the cargo, right?" he asked, already knowing where this was going. "I know. Don't worry. I won't say anything." We walked through the dim and empty corridors of the ship, the sea waves now regular, some birds singing in the distance while the moon cast its shadow on the sea. We reached the container, where he looked around, searching for any sign of someone watching us. Finding a negative answer to this, he carefully opened it and we entered. Inside the container, the atmosphere was stuffy and tense. The dim light of a lantern swayed, casting distorted shadows on the metal walls. The smell of mold and sea salt permeated the air, mixing with the metallic odor of the container. In the center, a large tank of dark waters. The captain advanced. I followed closely, my heart pounding in my chest as I prepared for whatever we might find inside. As we ventured deeper into the container, the feeling of claustrophobia increased, the walls closing in around us to compress us against the tank. It was then that we spotted something in the dark corner, in the water, a sinister and menacing shape writhing. My stomach churned when I realized what it was. The creature that had attacked the whale. It was smaller than the monster we faced, but still possessed an imposing presence, its tentacles undulating threateningly. The captain approached slowly, his expression grim as he observed the creature intently. I stayed behind him, my breath caught in my throat as I waited to see what would happen next. "This is how it started," the captain murmured, his voice heavy with regret. "With a simple offspring." I swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down my spine. That creature, even in its young form, posed an imminent danger to us. "What are we going to do?" I asked, my voice almost a whisper. The captain remained silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the creature before us. "We're going to seal this here," he said finally, his voice firm and determined. "No one else should know about this." I nodded. We never touched on the subject again, and I hadn't shared it with anyone. A few days later, we arrived at the port, where some government men received the cargo. I don't know what the hell they wanted with it, but I definitely don't work for them anymore. However, I'm still in the maritime business, you know how it is. I spent most of my life as a sailor, but now more cautiously. Sometimes, when I'm traveling in a very dark and rough sea, I still remember that thing, its sinister gaze, and the marks left on the whale. I wonder what else might be hidden in the depths of the ocean beyond our understanding. And that was I Used to Work Transporting Containers for the Government by the Mark 19. Now, what I like about this is it's kind of a modern day Moby Dick in a sort of a way, or that's kind of what it leads you to believe initially. The fact that it's a massive sperm whale, it's a harrowing encounter thing that can potentially be a big dangerous threat to these guys. But then you find out that, oh well, actually no, the sperm whale, I mean, yes, is a horrific thing, but he was not the main threat after all. Clearly, it's some kind of a gigantic squid kind of a creature, which is an actual. Those things exist. I don't know how big they can get, but I don't think anybody truly knows how massive they can get. They can get gargantuan to our understanding, because we can't map the entire ocean. In which case, it leads on to this idea of like, how deep does it go? Because we can't reach those pressures. We haven't found a way to properly investigate all the sea life down there. There's all kinds of new things being popped up. It's just impressive, isn't it? But it's also like scary in a sense. I personally think it's really fascinating. I really, really enjoy it. I think the story's great because it's not like a lot of other scary stories where it's like, oh my goodness, there's all kinds of threats and dangers. Like this is steeped in a level of reality as well. How it's like they're transporting a baby, one of the offsprings of one of these giant creatures, and that's the reason for this attack and stuff. It's just yet again, it's a reminder of I mean, I don't want to say animal cruelty. It's not quite that. I mean, in a sense, it is, of course. But they're just doing a job. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what's in these containers. They are oblivious to the situation. Except for the captain, obviously, he clearly inspects the cargo, which I totally understand. I think if they were to be doing this sort of things, they should be able to inspect at least just to make sure they're not transporting something illegal, for example, or something that would get them in trouble in a local government wherever they're going to, for example. But anyway, I'm rambling. I like this story a lot. It's got a lot of like interesting parts to it. It's got just a good amount of dread overall, but it's not just like ooh a freaky monster. It's like they're also at sea, which is also just a harrowing ordeal. I mean, a lot of people can die at sea. It's a tragic thing. Not saying be afraid of the water. I mean if you have your fears, no problem with that. But like it's just a reminder, isn't it? It's a reminder that you should be cautious of certain things. You should be aware of the dangers of your surroundings, etc., and how to carefully navigate these things in a manner so that everything is okay and safe. Yeah, no, it's a really good story. I'm very excited to have read it, and yeah, I'm gonna check out more of the Mark 19's work. It's gonna be great. Let me know what you would like me to read next. Also, yeah, I know haircut, cool, right? This has been Nate at Night. I've enjoyed myself. I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. Received a weird DVD from my student who passed away and getting worried. Content warning. Mention of suicide. You've been warned. Hey guys, long time lurker, but only made my account recently. Don't post often, but something weird's going on, and I'm starting to get pretty rattled. Posting this on different subreddits to get more opinions. I teach at a local college, adjuncting while I look into PhD programs. Market's glutted, but that's another story. I get along pretty well with my students. I guess they relate to me because we're relatively close in age. One girl, Becca, has been coming by the office a lot to talk about her program. She's poli-sci too, so I give her advice about professors to take, etc. She has a habit of writing things down on sticky notes, little reminders for herself. Her notebook's covered in them, pinks and purples and yellows with little hearts as borders. I've had to pick up more than a few that she's dropped. Becca isn't the happiest girl, but she keeps herself busy. Juggles a couple of jobs because I think the mom's on disability. But over the last couple of weeks, I noticed something off with her. She looked more tired than usual, seemed on edge. The last time I talked with her, she was really nervous, saying he was looking for her, waiting for her. She wouldn't tell me much more than that, but I was worried. Maybe she had a stalker? It didn't sit well with me, but I'm an adjunct. My hands are tied. I filed a wellness report with the college's advisory center and tried to get past it. That was 3 weeks ago. Becca never came back to class. And then a week ago, word got around the office. Becca was dead. Took her own life. I wish that were the end of it. That would have been enough. Wondering if I didn't do more was eating at me. But it wasn't the end. It was just the start. We have a staff common area where we can pick up mail. Students also turn in papers there depending on what the professor asks for. I don't really use mine, but occasionally I get some ads, promotions for grad programs, etc. So I let things stack for a bit. Anyway, a few days ago, someone tells me the room is starting to smell really bad, and they think it's coming from my mail slot. When I went in, sure enough, there was a really bad smell. I can't really describe it as anything other than stale, rotten meat. If you've ever been in a butcher's shop, it's almost exactly like that. My dad used to take me to the local meat shop, and I'd always get whiffs of it from behind the counter. I looked through the slot, and there's not really anything weird at first. I thought maybe an animal was in there or rotten food. Crazy, but what else could be giving off that smell? And that's when I found this dusty CD sleeve stuck between some papers. I took the sleeve out and immediately felt grossed out. It was sticky, like someone spilled soda on it, but there weren't any stains. I thought the smell was coming from the sleeve, but when I opened it up, it was coming from the CD, actually. I don't know how or why, but the CD just smelled like rotten meat. I can't explain it. That's when I noticed the note stuck to the back of the sleeve. A regular yellow sticky note. Nothing special or strange, except the little hearts on the border. Except the handwriting. Hi, Prof. Everything's better now. Hope to see you soon. Love, Becca. Smiley face. My mouth went dry. Even my heart might have stopped for a second. I'd picked up enough of Becca's notes to know she wrote this one. There was no mistake. But Becca was dead. Is dead. I saw the obituary in the newspaper. I even thought about going to the funeral. We had a vigil for her, for Christ's sake. But here was her handwriting. I probably should have thrown it out. Maybe I should have gone to the police. But curiosity got the better of me, and I took it home. When I looked at the CD more closely, I saw it's not a CD, but actually a DVD. An old Memorex DVD. Not sure if anyone remembers the brand. I distinctly remember them because my parents used to save old home videos on them. In fact, I almost thought it was one of the old videos they saved, since there's a date on it in black ink. 11/25/92. On the top, there's a title that's blacked out. I have a detachable drive lying around that I used to play some old movies, so I hooked it up and put the DVD in. I half expected it to be dead, but it worked, and there was a video on it. It was just called Hall, which I thought was weird. Not even an event or holiday. Of course, I played it. It was a short clip, just 11 seconds. Half of it basically too dark to see anything. There's this semi-loud hum in the background, kind of like an overactive AC unit. Then, near the end, the camera pans over this door that's slightly open. There's this hard red light coming from beyond the door. Really red, like blood. This is when the video starts artifacting, bugging out. Then it just ends. You can't see anything past the door. I exported the video and put it on YouTube if anyone's curious. I also took some footage of the DVD, just some angles of the front and back. But the bigger question is where it came from. Becca couldn't have sent this DVD to me. It's not possible. Maybe she left it there before she died, but the smell is so intense, no one could have missed it. The weirdest thing? I smell that meat stink everywhere. On my clothes, in my hair, no matter how much I shower. People are looking at me weird at work, saying I stink, that I'm tired. And when I go to sleep, I see the door. No, I don't just see the door. I'm recording the door, like in the video. I'm walking towards it. I don't think it matters if I get rid of the DVD. I think it's too late. Something's with me now. Something's in me now. Something that Becca had, too. I don't know what. But I don't know how many more nights I have left before I open the door and see what's on the other side. Here's the whole video. Here's the footage of the DVD. P.S. Some people on another post asked about the date and quality. Honestly, I don't know. I'm thinking the original footage was maybe recorded in 92 and then transferred over to the disc. Maybe it was cleaned up. But why use a DVD now if it's recent? And was this really Becca? They also said the smell might be the ink on the disc. But I don't know. I smell it everywhere, like I said. But I'm hoping it's just my imagination, even though these dreams tell me otherwise. I also didn't know that there might be more data on the DVD, so it took time to clean it and played it more. Eventually, there was something else that came up. It's two short clips of what looks like water, but it's red. I don't want to think it's blood, but especially with that smell, I get this sick feeling looking at it. Like it's not water, but meat. Wriggling meat. Anyway, there's a sound in the background of the Redwater video. Breathing. Breathing and then crying. Some woman crying. I grabbed that footage too, but I'm honestly shaking just typing this. I don't know what to do. Here's the Redwater video. And that was Received a Weird DVD from My Student Who Passed Away and Getting Worried by Pretzel Pearson. Now, what I like about this is the fact that it's not a crazy long story. There's a good amount of little detail here, which would really kind of help just build the world and everything. But then it connects it to like a bit more ARG-ish, real worldy kind of things going on. The fact they're putting up the videos on YouTube and the fact we have access to that. It just helps, doesn't it? It helps build more of a story than just what words on a page can do. The fact that we live in this amazing day and age now where people can make stories and then they can throw even more at it with like pictures, videos, sound clips, what have you, websites. They could add on and on and on to make a simple story so much more than it is in this amazing, medium that, well, maybe not this medium. The number of mediums they have access to. It's just incredible. I really, really enjoy that kind of stuff. That's why I was very excited to cover this one. I've also heard word from the author, Pretzel Pearson, that there's more. So you best believe we're gonna keep covering them. Because I'm really interested. I'm really curious. This feels spooky, this feels creepy, it's really interesting. I'm really hooked. I'm very excited to see where it goes. I sure hope you are too. This has been Nate at Night. We'll see you soon. Take care. There's a town in the south that disappeared off the map. According to all known censuses and historians, a town named Braxton never existed in Alabama. At least, not to those who have never researched it, and certainly not to those who don't believe in tall tales or ghost stories. There are no public records of anyone who had ever lived in a township with that name, and if you ask any professor or public official if they know anyone or have ever been to a town called Braxton in northeast Alabama, they might laugh at you, or less embarrassingly, look at you weird. Braxton was believed to be a small town, located in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, rumored to have been somewhere between Gadsden and Reese City. This town has been known to locals to be an urban legend. It's something grandmothers would warn their children about when they went off to play in the woods. "Don't be looking for any Braxton ghosts now," they exclaimed. "You won't come back home if you do." Much like the town itself, the people have become lost to time. If you look for any public record dating back to at least 1920 by 1954, there were to have been at least 3,014,000 people living in Alabama. If this town were to have existed, there would have been an additional 3,000 added to that total number. But since no public record exists of the town and its people, that statistic is futile to add. Despite this, some people claim to have seen it. Various people, ranging from hikers to urban explorers, claim to have heard the story, walked near the road leading up to the town, and came across scenes almost out of an apocalyptic movie. Buildings that are so dilapidated, you wonder how they built them in the first place. Broken down, rusty trucks and wagons litter the streets, and the strange lingering smell of sulfur. Then panic sets in once you realize you really should not be there. You start to see shadows converging out of the corners of your eyes, and once you are sufficiently overwhelmed, you run back in the direction that you came, only to turn around and see everything somehow disappeared. Of course, that is what they tell you. There is never any visual evidence to support what they claim. They never have any photos, and the only videos you might find are someone filming themselves with a phone telling their story, making any clear research on the town and its backstory almost impossible. But in my research, I have found more often than not, the people who claim to have seen this town the most are miners. Those who have claimed to see it said that the area seemed to be suited for mining, leading to the presumption that it could have been a mining town. Local excavation teams working for various shell companies that operate within the area aren't always in the mountains. so it is more likely to hear tales of this elusive town from those who have worked in the area. I decided to go and interview workers at the local site near the location. You can see it from a mile off if you happen to be at an elevated height. My office is so I can see pretty much everything surrounding the county through my window. I emailed the HR office of the company explaining who I am and what I did, and then got a pass to visit the site. The area was particularly beautiful. The sun made the green on the trees pop, and the brisk, windy air made me feel some level of comfort. I had my camera in my backpack, so I attached my telephoto lens to get a quick picture of the side of the mountain that they had carved out. It gave off some sort of oppression, as if it looked down upon me. It felt as if someone or something was staring back at me. As I looked toward the cliff, the mountain broke off. In the plant, there were processors, conveyor belts, large containers of rocks, and other assortments. Men and women in hard hats chipping away at rock and running drills. Nothing of interest to me. Although the various caves on the side of the mountain looked quite explorable. It was around lunch when I sat down with a few of the workers and explained my topic. Most of them sort of snickered at the idea that I was presenting them, although there was one who was willing to talk to me. He was around the age of 30. You could tell he was tired by the large cup of coffee he had and the bags under his eyes, but he was nice enough to oblige me with some conversation. My grandpa used to hunt out there, he said. There were some locals who thought he was going crazy going by himself, but he enjoyed the peace and quiet. No one seemed to bother him. He took one sip of his coffee and continued. Locals always said that there used to be a town there. Said it was haunted. Apparently it was a town filled with miners who had formed a union and decided to make their own little community. The state never acknowledged it properly. But you'd see some folks come and go from it. You heard it was quite populated for a time. Then one day back in '67, folks came out of their houses due to hearing a loud boom and saw a large fire engulf the area. Looked to be where the town was. He went quiet for a moment. The authorities went to the location to try and figure out where the explosion came from. When they got there, no one was found. Almost like they were vaporized by a nuclear bomb. Buildings were all torn up, but there was no evidence of any explosive material. There were caves where the miners of the town had been working, but they looked to be hand-dug. Why'd your grandpa hunt over there? I asked. Good game, lots of deer, he said. But one day when he went over there, he noticed a sulfur smell and he paused. There were two men, maybe his age, sitting in the spot he usually hid from the deer at. There weren't any gear or anything, just plain worker clothes. He asked if they were with the company up the road. This one? I asked. Yes, sir, he said. When he asked them, all they did was stare at him. They had some sort of forlorn, angry look on their faces. My grandpa felt uncomfortable, so he decided to set up his gear in another spot. Next thing he knew, when he looked up, they were gone. I felt a little uneasy. I could tell he did too. The thing is, he said, most people don't like being out in these woods. They feel like something unnatural happened there. And they warned us as kids not to come looking for anything. He looked over at me. My grandpa sure as hell did. After that little encounter, he never came this way again. It perplexed me. Here, he had this story and a warning to not come around the area. And yet, here he is, working in a plant not too far off from the town. I wrote down what he said and then questioned him. So, why work here? And why is this place still in business when even they might know the history of the area? Minerals, the worker explained. Minerals are the only reason we still excavate the area at all. And the pay is good. The plant is mostly harmless unless your buddy decides to do something stupid like jump off a boulder or something. But if anyone tries to walk off site to piss in the woods, we usually tell them not to. Anything else you'd like to add? I asked. He took a pause, then breathed in and spoke again. We found some kids out there once. Looking up at the sky, the miner pieced together his story. We were drilling into one of the deposits we found on the far end of the site. Then all of a sudden, the machine went haywire, hit a rock or something too hard to drill through. Blasted rubble damn near 20 feet in the air. Boss don't like us making a mess though, so we sent a cleanup crew to scoop the rocks and landed a few yards out into the brush. He stared into the coffee he held in his hands. When they got there, they reported over the walkies that the area they were in smelled terrible. Like someone broke open a rotten egg. Then one of the guys screamed out to stop the truck. They did, and on the road there were two kids. They looked like they were covered in dirt. Eyes as blue as water when you looked close enough. One of them was holding a teddy bear that looked like it was from the '60s, give or take. He took a sip, then continued. They asked the kids if they were okay and if they were caught in the blast. But instead of answering, they ran off into the woods. One of the guys chased after them and happened across the rubble. But we couldn't find the kids, so we started cleaning up. We found that same teddy bear buried underneath one of the piles. His eyes were filled with a cold fear. He glanced back up at me. Whatever it is you may think you'll find out there, you won't. And if you do, I can't guarantee a light will come staring back at you. I nodded. Ghosts are a common fairy tale in the South. People from all over have sworn to have seen them. The relative area in which the miner found the kids, as well as the smell of sulfur, led me to believe that he had happened to come across an area of Braxton. Or at least it was enough of a coincidence for me to conclude the fact. Looking back on this now provides me with a bitter sort of irony due to my skepticism, as I never heeded any warning from anyone to stay away from anywhere due to the nature of my job. For the sake of my research, I decided to travel to the area myself. It was around 5 in the afternoon. I knew that the miners should have at least gone home for the day by then. I drove my car to the area and parked near the front entrance of the plant. I grabbed my pack and went to the area where they found the kids. In that spot was a little clearing and what looked to be a path. Against my better judgment, I decided to walk it. The path was long and winding, a dense wall of trees on either side. I almost thought that it would never end. Then, I smelt the sulfur. It hit me like a punch in the face almost. My eyes started to water as I inched deeper into the woods. I happened to have an N95 mask from when the pandemic first occurred still in my pack. I broke it out and continued forward. When I finally got to a clearing, I saw what looked to be like buildings. They looked to be covered in a moss-like substance. Said substance was now covering the path I was walking on. I couldn't believe my eyes. I had made it. This town, so elusive, people speak of it like it was the state's own personal Atlantis. I had finally found. It was almost like a time capsule. The buildings looked straight out of a holiday greeting card. Old town architecture that had long since been replaced by modern businesses in comparable areas. I walked forward. Old dirt-covered American flags hung from the rafters. Murals of old grocery stores and logos still could be seen from the alleyways, each one filled with old wood and brick and mortar. Although I didn't see any trucks, I did see what looked to be tire marks, as some might have visited there. I sat down on the grass near the square of the town snapping photos. It was dusk out, so I had to turn on my flash. Took a few shots and then sat and took a breath. I jumped up, startled by the sudden noise. The coughs echoed through the streets, and I could see a figure standing near an old drugstore. Grabbing my things, I approached the figure with caution. It could be one of the workers who came to the plant looking for me. Or maybe he, or rather, it was something else. The coughing became louder, and then other coughs came from out of the alleyways. I couldn't tell if they were echoes from the man somehow now right in front of me, and then right when I tried to back away slightly, I stepped on a branch. The figure stopped coughing. It slowly tilted its head up. I had been caught. I don't mean to intrude. I'm a journalist, I said with a trembling voice. I just came by to grab some photos. Photos. The figure repeated back to me. I started to back away even further now. The figure turned its head toward me. The smell was even stronger now as I gazed into the figure's eyes, or lack thereof. Where there were supposed to be eyes, there were black voids. I could tell now it was a man. His face was covered in brown dirt, with cuts running all up and down the face, still freshly bleeding. His body was mangled, almost as if it had fallen off of a cliff. He turned to face me properly now. "Photos!" he bellowed, now following me as I backed away. As I turned to run away from this abomination, I started to see even more bodies. Some young, some old, all come out of the surrounding buildings, each with the same physical deformities as the thing right behind me had. They all converged into one mass group, and started to chase me. I ran, faster than I'd ever run before, praying to whatever god above that was witnessing this, that they would not catch me. All the while, the mass group of abominations chanted rhythmically, "Photos, photos, photos!" They shouted and roared, matching my speed, even though some, when I turned to look, had legs that looked bony and malnourished. In that crowd I saw the 2 children the miner described to me, equally as ugly and decrepit as all the rest. I prayed for this to all end. I got out into the road and found my car, and without even hesitating, I ripped over the door, jammed my key into the ignition, started it, and peeled out of there. After catching my breath, I took a cautious look into the rearview mirror. Nothing. No one was there. I drove in silence. When I got home, I crashed into my bed. The next morning when I awoke, I felt extremely ill. I went to the urgent care, and after some tests, they decided to send me to the hospital for further treatment. I ended up staying for about a week. For some reason, my lungs were incredibly irritated. When I explained to the doctor the events that transpired, he looked at me puzzled. You know that area is supposed to be roped off, right? Why? Hydrogen sulfide, he explained. The EPA found the place was contaminated with the stuff. It smells incredibly bad and causes major irritation to the lungs. With all that running you did, you probably were hallucinating. When I got home from the hospital, I decided to take a look through my camera roll. I needed some sort of confirmation that this experience I had was real. I took a look through each of the photos. Nothing but trees. Every single one I looked through. Tree after tree after tree. This couldn't be right, I thought. There was a town, there were those people I saw. It had to be real. Then I took a look back at the first photo I had, the one I had taken the day I visited the plant for the first time. I stared deeply into it. There, on the top of the mountain, was the same figure that chased me on the edge of the cliff, staring right back at me. And that was There's a Town in the South That Disappeared Off the Map by Brief Refrigerator 669. So what are you the other times? Are you a refrigerator only briefly, like for 669 minutes or days maybe? So what was it like being a refrigerator for only a small amount of time? It must feel really weird. I mean, could you still feel everything? You know, like if people put stuff inside you because they need it for, I don't know. That's a thought for another day, isn't it? Anyway, let's talk about the story. I like this story because it's not the first time I've heard about towns or villages that kind of disappear off the map. The only difference is usually they still kind of exist in history and things. It's not like people just don't talk about it at all. This one's quite good though because it's got hydrogen sulfide, which is it's an actual chemical compound which is it can be quite dangerous. It can also cause like apnea, comas, convulsions. It does irritate like the your respiratory system, your lungs, and things like that. So a lot of what they were saying is very true, which is it kind of gives a good reason for like what is going on in this situation. I really enjoy that. It does also smell like rotten eggs sometimes, so just be a little wary of that. Yeah, so that's nice. I like the fact that there's still kind of a truth to it though, even though there might be a level of hallucination going on. I think that's great. You got like I mean, essentially it's a town lost to time, isn't it? They've been almost like Fallout in a way, right? The Fallout series, how like things are just kind of locked in a certain time period, even though it's like the far future. It's great, honestly. It's creepy, it's strange, it's got a level of urban exploration to it as well, which is a passion of mine. I might put up a little teaser image of one of the ones that I did with the guys back in the day. I'll probably get back into doing some urban exploration. I'd like to do things like that on this channel, as well as like history videos as well, and other kinds of maybe like myths and legends and stuff. I think that's stuff I'd like to be able to start doing, which I think as we approach summer, I'll be doing less of these kind of stories and more of that, so I can kind of mix up content a bit. It would be a bit more fun. Anyway, I've really enjoyed this. I sure hope you have too. This has been Nate at Night. Let me know what you want to see next. Take care, guys. My dog whines at my bedside at night. I don't think he's just needy. I didn't expect the dog to be so needy when we got him. He's a big, burly, rambunctious type, so I figured at worst he'd probably be bugging us to go outside and play with him when we had other stuff to do. Standard big dog stuff, basically. Turns out, we adopted the world's biggest lap dog. He decided that his time in the pound was the last he ever wanted to spend apart from a person, and glued himself to my wife's lap as soon as we brought him home. If she's making food, he's at her feet. If she's reading a book, he's sprawled across the rest of the couch. He's like a 60-pound shadow. And if he's not getting attention, he whines. He never barks or growls. He just stares and lets out sad little self-pitying whimpers. It's embarrassing for a dog his size. It's like watching a grown man cry because the shop is out of his favorite ice cream flavor. Also, it gets my wife to give him what he wants basically every time. so I can't even argue with his technique. The one place we drew the line was bed. I know there are folks who let their dogs sleep in the bed with them, but frankly, they're crazy. A single dog can manage to take up as much space as a full-grown adult in bed, and that's even before you account for the flailing legs from the running dreams. Plus, my dog snores. I was willing to buy him his own bed, but I wasn't willing to let him share ours. So, at night, the dog goes to sleep in his bed, and we go to sleep in ours. A nearly perfect arrangement. Except that the dog tends to wake up in the middle of the night, realize he's alone, and get sad about it. I'll hear him wander over to my wife's side of the bed, his nails going takata across the floor, and then he'll stare at her and do those quiet little whines of his, hoping she'll wake up. She usually does, after a little while. She'll mutter some not quite coherent syllables and put her icy cold feet on me. And after a bit, I feel the bed shift slightly and hear the nails on the floor again. Scrickety-tickety-tick. The dog gets his attention and stops whining. My wife settles back into bed, and I assume the dog does the same. He's usually fine until morning after that. But apparently 8 hours without human contact is just too much for him. This is what I thought was going on anyway. In my defense, I was never more than marginally awake for any of this. Things that should have registered as abnormal or out of place were dismissed as dreams. I wish I could still call them that. Recently, my wife was out of town for the weekend. The dog had spent the entire day trying to climb into my lap instead, and by bedtime I was starting to feel a bit crowded. So when he started up his whining routine in the middle of the night and I heard my wife shifting to get up and deal with it, I was glad to have someone else there to give him the attention he needed. The next morning, when I woke up to an empty bed, I was momentarily confused before I remembered that she was out of town. I was halfway through my first cup of coffee before it occurred to me to wonder who the dog had been whining at in the night. More importantly, who had gotten up to stop him. I told myself it had just been a weird dream. The sequence of events happened so often, I had just assumed that it had gone on last night. Maybe the part where the dog was whining had even been real, and I'd imagined the rest. In the light of day, it was the only explanation that made any sense. I checked to make sure all of the windows and doors were locked that night, though. I even closed the bedroom door before I got into bed. I knew it was silly, but I didn't like looking out into the black rectangle of the hallway, not knowing what might be out there waiting for me to go to sleep. I must have been sleeping more lightly than usual when the standard routine started. It was the nails on the floor that roused me, the scrickety-tickety-tick, followed by the slight shifting of the bed as my wife got up to deal with the dog. This all made sense in my barely awake state. And then came the takada-takada as the dog went back to bed. But then the whining started, and I realized the order was all off. She'd gotten up before he'd started begging for attention. The dog was still whining at the side of the bed, even though I'd clearly heard his nails ticking across the floor twice. And as the bed shifted again, and icy cold feet brushed against my legs, I remembered that my wife was still out of town. I didn't budge. I lay there, listening to those incoherent mutters that I'd always assumed were sleep-muddled syllables, feeling cold hands run possessively along my shoulder and back, and I hoped that whatever was in bed with me couldn't hear my racing heart. It only lasted for a minute. The dog's whining grew more insistent, and finally I felt the bed move again, and heard the nails on the floor once more, a sound that I now realized was distinct from the noise of the dog walking around. It was more of a scuttling, scrabbling sound. It disappeared under the bed, and only then did the dog's whining stop. He ducketed his way back to bed, and settled back to sleep. I, on the other hand, lay awake and motionless for hours until the sun lit up the room. I did check under the bed, of course, once it was fully light and armed with a long stick and a flashlight, but I did look. There was nothing there. When my wife returned home that afternoon, I asked her how often she dealt with the dog in the middle of the night. "He's usually awake and looking at me when I come back from the bathroom," she said. "But he doesn't get up from the bed. I wouldn't really call that dealing with him. Why? Was he bothering you while I was gone?" She turned to the dog. "Did you miss me? Were you worried I was never coming back? Were you having nightmares? I wondered if that was all it had been, a nightmare. But if so, why would my wife deny interacting with the dog at night? He whined at the bed most nights. I set up a camera in the bedroom. I didn't tell her, just in case this was some sort of weird prank on her part. I needed to know the truth. Due to exhaustion, I slept like a rock that night. I didn't even hear the dog whining, but the camera caught it all. At a little past 1 in the morning, my wife stumbled her way out of bed to the bathroom. The camera wasn't recording audio, but when I saw those long, bent fingers worming their way out from under the bed, I knew exactly the noise they made on the floor. Scrickety-tickety-tick. The lighting was only good enough to capture vague shapes, but the thing that pulled itself out from beneath my bed had never been human. It was broken and twisted in bizarre ways. The covers moved unnaturally as it squirmed beneath them, pressing its body up against my sleeping form. I saw the dog come to the side of the bed. His teeth were bared as he whined, a threatening gesture I'd never seen him make. The thing in the bed scuttled away, dragging itself off to vanish under the bed once more. As it went, for just 1 second, its eyes locked with the camera, glittering in the low light. It pressed one angled finger to its mouth in a gesture for silence. Then it was gone. The dog sniffed beneath our bed for a moment, and, satisfied, returned to his own. By the time my wife came back into the room a few minutes later, there was no sign that anything had happened. We should leave, probably. I could show my wife the footage, and obviously she'd agreed to get out. But 2 things tell me that that wouldn't be a good idea. Number 1. There's a thin, ragged slice along the side of my wife's foot today. I asked her what happened, and she shrugged. I must have kicked something when I got up to go to the bathroom, she said. I felt it cut me when I got out of bed. I couldn't find anything this morning, though. The cut looks like it could have been made by a sharp fingernail. I'm not surprised that she couldn't find anything. I didn't find anything under the bed when I looked either. Number 2. I take my wedding ring off when I sleep. I went to put it on this morning and discovered that I couldn't. There's a thin, ragged cut encircling my ring finger, just as if something dragged its sharp nails possessively around it while I slept. Of course we should leave. I'm just afraid of what will happen if it escalates. And that was My Dog Whines at My Bedside at Night. I Don't Think He's Just Needy by the third person. Who's the first two? I kid. So, I loved this story. It was so right. Let me break it down. So, I don't fully read everything that I request to kind of read or narrate. Sorry, I woke up like an hour ago. I'm still getting everything together. But what grabbed me about this story is the fact that it's like, oh, okay, well, could it be? Because usually the title kind of gives me an idea of what could be going on, and so I kind of go with that initial assumption. I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's about a dog that isn't actually a dog. Maybe it's a shapeshifter, or maybe it's some other kind of creature that looks like a dog but actually isn't a dog or something. Or there's a variety of things that could be going on. It could be an alien or something, right? So I went in thinking that it's a dog that's not actually a dog, sort of a scenario, right? And I was like, oh well, even so, that could be really good. Let's go with that. I gave it a little, and then when I got the permission, I was like, okay, now I'm gonna properly read it, and I'll tell you what, wow, because at first I'm thinking, okay, so this is gonna be about the dog. This is gonna be like the dog is a problem, or something along those lines, right? And so you get into it, and based on what it's going, oh my god, I can't think of the words. The worst part is the best part. I'm not going to cut any of that because these end reviews. This is all raw. You get all the raw stuff here. God, what's the word? The perspective of the writer, the perspective of the author, the character perspective that we're reading from, right? So he kind of sets the scene, he tells you the situation, tells you the story, sets it all up, and tells you the routine, right? Which all sounds like he knows exactly what's going on, and blah, 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 and everything makes sense. His dog's just a bit of a baby, blah, crap like that, which is what, you know, it happens. There's plenty of animals that are big babies. Nothing wrong with that. But then it gets interesting when his wife goes away for a little bit and the routine still happens, right? Like where his wife's cold feet touch him and things like that, and the very specific same thing keep happening. Like he believes the dog runs up to the bed, it begins whining. The wife has to get out of the bed, touches him with her cold feet, gets up and takes care of the dog. Dog eventually stops whining, she comes back to bed. That still happens when she's away. Or so he thinks, right? And it's like, well, what do you mean? How can that still be happening? Like, what's going on here? And then you find out later on that it's like, oh, that's crazy. And so when his wife comes back, he's like, oh, well, you know, I can't, you know, how do you deal with him? Because he just keeps doing this and it's irritating, blah blah blah. And she's like, what are you talking about? Like the dog doesn't come to me. I get up, go to the bathroom, I see the dog, you know, and then I go to bed. It's like, so the dog doesn't even come in the freaking room. What's been what? And I was like, huh? And I was like, so everything this dude thought he knew is completely wrong. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God. And then luckily it's like, okay, he's going to get a camera, going to set up a camera, going to see what's going on. And oh my goodness, creepy monster thing under the bed. Classic, great. Oh, it's so good. But then it's not like it's trying to kill him. It's like almost cuddling with him in bed. Horrific. You know what I mean? I mean, that's not to say that maybe it wouldn't end up eating him or killing him. But it's just, oh, it's just creepy, isn't it? It's just such a creepy thought. God. So good. So good. God, I really enjoyed the story. It's just fucking right. Just so damn good. How would you deal? How would you deal with this situation? How would you deal with this scenario? And one of the comments, actually, pretty smart, by Sussy Bozo. Remove the legs off of your bed. If you do, then nothing can be under it. If this keeps happening during the night, sleep in a different room, in a different bed. Remove the legs off your bed. You know what? Can't be anything under your bed if there's no place under your bed. That's smart, man. That's smart. This has been Nate and Night. I really enjoyed myself, and I sure hope you have too. We'll see you for whatever's next. Take care. Houses in my neighborhood have been marked like trees, ready to be cut down. It was my neighbor who alerted my attention to them. You have one too, Dylan, he announced as I stepped out of my car. Work had been terrible that day, and I was ready to get inside and see Robin, but Jonathan loved his afternoon chats. He stood on the edge of his yard, nearest my property, fanning his face with his fedora and casting a glance at the side of my house. I have what? I asked, pulling my briefcase out and closing my car door. Graffiti. They got my house too. I stopped. Huh? He didn't say anything, just pointed. I stepped closer to him and followed his finger. Jonathan was right. There was a bright blue dot spray painted on my house. It was clearly visible against the dark red brick and was next to Chandler's window. Who the hell did that? I asked, thinking about how long it would take me to scrub it off. Jonathan coughed, a deep, heavy one that rocked his body. Then he shrugged. Nobody knows. The whole neighborhood has been talking about it today. Everyone's been hit. Every house. Some prankster teenagers must have been busy all night. I sighed, knowing if everyone's house in the neighborhood got graffitied, then the police would be involved. That's over 80 houses. Hundreds of angry victims. I wondered if this was covered under home insurance. I waved goodbye. Let me know if you hear anything else. Most of us have Ring doorbells, so I'm sure the perpetrators will be caught soon. I headed back toward my home. Then Jonathan put his fedora back on his head and added, Yeah, and when they do, the cops should make them clean up their mess. I opened the front door and Robin was sitting on the couch with Chandler. The television played some kind of medical show about human anatomy. Robin had eclectic taste, to say the least. She leaned her head back far over the cushion as I walked past and I kissed her gently. I noticed Chandler was asleep. his head in his mom's lap. Robin brushed his hair with delicate fingers. How was work? Same old, same old. Is Chandler feeling well? No. Robin looked down. He has a mild fever. I might keep him home from school tomorrow if it doesn't go down. I dropped my briefcase on the kitchen counter and noticed some cleaning products there as well. The smell of bleach was strong. Did you clean today? Yep, I took off work today and cleaned. Are you feeling well? I heard her laugh. Never been better. Why have PTO days if you aren't going to use them? I couldn't argue with that. I needed a few days off myself. Good luck convincing my boss that, though. I walked to the dining room window, thinking about what Jonathan said. Every house? That's a tremendous amount of work for a pack of unruly teenagers. When I was a teenager, it was a struggle to do 15 minutes of homework, much less toil all night on a prank. A quick peek through the blinds revealed Mr. and Mrs. Raskova's house. None of the yards in our neighborhood were large, and the houses were built close together. I didn't mind. A small yard meant less maintenance. Our row of houses on the street was lucky. At the back of them was a small stretch of woods. If I had leaves or sticks in my yard, over the back fence they went. I opened the blind more and scanned the Raskova's house. Then I saw it, a blue painted dot on the white brick wall. Have you heard about the graffiti in the neighborhood? I asked and unfastened my tie. No. Is it an artist? I just watched a documentary about a graffiti artist named Banksy. I laughed. Not quite. Oh, you mean like vandalism? I prompted Robin to the dining room, and she paused her show and carefully got out from under Chandler and joined me next to the window. She saw the blue dot and shook her head. Mrs. Raskova must be pissed. She told me she had her house repainted last week. Everyone is going to be pissed. Every house in the neighborhood got tagged. She covered her mouth, clearly upset. Every house? Even ours? Yep, I said, popping the P sound. Come look. I led her outside to the side of the house. Jonathan was gone, but I reiterated to Robin what he told me about the vandals possibly being kids. She thumbed the blue splotch and grimaced. Damn it. Speaking of kids, we saw 3 of them on bikes pedaling down the road, teeth showing through bright spring smiles, hair waving against the wind. They were laughing at something, and the one in the back, the smallest, kept yelling something to the other 2 about telling the truth. Could it be them? I asked, realizing my tie was loosely hanging down my chest. Too young. They're 9 at most. They aren't meticulous enough to vandalize every house in the neighborhood. Still, I wanted to be sure. I met them at my driveway and waved them down. They stopped in front of me in a line like a pack of baby-faced bikers, a combination of mischievousness and curiosity on each of their faces. Do y'all know who spray-painted all the houses? I asked them bluntly. The 2 bigger kids chuckled and looked back at the smaller one. He blushed and timidly nodded. Who? Yeah, tell him who, one of the bigger kids said sarcastically, before the other added, Unless you're freaking lying. The small kid's bottom lip jutted out in defiance. I swear I ain't lying, guys. I saw them last night. I woke up at 2 in the morning to go pee and I saw one out my window. Great. A witness. The unruly teenage culprits will definitely get what's coming to them. Who did you see? The kid blinked hard. It was a scientist. I frowned. A scientist? Yeah, he had one of those big hazmat suits on and everything. A harsh screech of tires cut him off. A pickup truck stopped forcefully in the middle of the road, and the window rolled down. The driver was a man with a thick goatee and had a worried look on his face. Son, get in the truck. I fucking looked everywhere for you. Where's Mom? Get in. My bike. Leave it. The smallest kid tossed his bike down next to my mailbox and hopped in his dad's truck. The man commanded the other kids to go to their respective home, then pierced me with a panic-stricken stare. It's not safe. Before I could respond, he was gone. The tires of his truck barking against the pavement. The other 2 kids glanced at one another, then pedaled down the road. What was that about? Robin asked from the porch. She looked radiant in the late afternoon sun. I shrugged and headed her way. I don't know. An emergency of some kind, I guess. Let's get inside. I need to see if we have any paint thinner to remove the dot. Before we went inside, I watched the man and his son swerve out of the neighborhood and race toward the highway. Not safe? He must be dealing with one hell of an emergency. A quick inspection of the garage proved that we didn't have any paint thinner, so I told Robin we could get some tomorrow. Normally, she would type a note in her phone for anything we needed for the house. Groceries, supplies, toys. She didn't type it in this time, a fact that didn't need explanation. Her memory was a lot better than mine. I was clearly annoyed at the day's bad luck, but Robin could always put me in a good mood. I removed my tie from my collar and looped it around her waist, then pulled her in close. Her soft eyes looked at me with desirous intent. I grinned. Since, Chandler is asleep. And you look absolutely beautiful. She coyishly looked away. And I know I had a bad day at work. Do you want a surprise? She gave me a long, passionate kiss, then put her lips next to my ear. Follow me upstairs. We went inside the house and turned to go upstairs to our bedroom, my body ready for a release of tension. We were interrupted by harsh groaning sounds. Chandler was awake and clutching his stomach. Mama, he mumbled before throwing up on the coffee table. We ran to him as he started to cry. Robin picked up her 5-year-old and took him down the hall. She was saying, "Oh, honey, I'll get you some medicine. No school for you tomorrow," before she disappeared into the bathroom. I looked at the mess Chandler had made. First work, then the graffiti pranksters, now vomit. My week couldn't get any worse. I grabbed a trash can and a roll of paper towels and started to clean the table. The top of the bleach bottle was next to Chandler's favorite cup, so I carefully pushed them apart. Wouldn't want those coming in contact. The mess was sticky and smelled foul, but I did my best to clean up. Dads are never off duty, I suppose. I left my home early the next morning. I was eager to deal with the chaos at work. A project had been screwed up by some contractors and we had to find a solution fast. My mind cycled through the possible ideas to solve our troubles. But when I tried to exit my neighborhood, I realized my troubles were just getting started. A blockade of Humvees stood at the entrance to our subdivision and impeded anyone from accessing the road that led to the highway. There was a line of cars waiting to leave. Angry commuters who were late to work. At first, I thought there was a car wreck. But I realized this wasn't the police. This was the National Guard. I counted 9 Humvees before a soldier donning a combat uniform approached my car. A large automatic rifle was slung over him, his hands resting on the stock. "The road is closed, sir. Please go back to your home." My words came out forced. "Is this about the graffiti?" "Turn around." "I have work." He shook his head authoritatively. This was not an argument. "Go back to your home. The road is dangerous. No one can leave this neighborhood." I had a strong sense he was lying. I could see a half-mile in either direction, and the road looked perfectly fine. "I have to get to work. Return to your home, sir. Or do you want to be arrested?" Arrested? For what?" "This is a national emergency incident. Return to your home immediately." The soldier walked away and approached the car that had arrived behind me. National emergency incident? What the hell did that mean? I looked down the road again and saw another convoy of military vehicles cruising toward us. Perhaps the road was dangerous. Maybe there had been a chemical spill or something. Despite my hunch that the soldier was lying, I made a 3-point turn and got out of the exit line and turned back into my subdivision. My boss was going to be pissed, but at least I could call in and explain. Zoom meetings are better than nothing. I sat in my driveway and called my office. It didn't ring once. Strange. I inspected my phone and no service was written at the top. Shit. My level of anger was high when I went through my front door. My presence alarmed Robin and she came from Chandler's room in a panic. When she saw me, she laughed. "Did you forget something?" I stood beside our Wi-Fi router and opened my laptop. Since my cell phone wasn't working, I had to go with Plan B. "No, there's some kind of emergency on the outlet road." She touched her chin. "What kind of emergency?" "I don't know. They're making everyone in our neighborhood return home." I quickly typed an email and sent it to my boss. An error bounce back message came instantly. My email refused to go through. Can you let me see your cell phone? I have to call the office and let them... It's not working." "What?" My heart began to sink. Something wasn't right here. It stopped working this morning. When I got up, I checked a news app, but it didn't load. We must need an update or something. An update has nothing to do with it, I said as I made my way to the front door. I peeked out of a sidelight window and saw a Humvee slowly idling down the street. A soldier stood at the turret gun, his eyes oscillating between homes. I pressed my back against the door and slid down to the floor. Babe, I think something is happening. She joined me, her face oddly calm. What are you talking about, Dylan? I was shaking now. I don't know. The man yesterday, the one who drove away with his son, told me it's not safe. I think he was warning us. What's not safe? I stared off down the hallway, toward my son's room. I'm not sure. Our phones don't work, our internet doesn't work. I'm going to talk with Jonathan and see if he knows what's going on. Check on Chandler and I'll come back in a few minutes. We separated and I left my house, cautiously making sure the Humvee was out of sight before I ran to my neighbor's house. The boy's bike was still felled by my mailbox. A typical morning in my neighborhood would include people going for jogs or walking their dogs. No one was on the sidewalk now. I got to my neighbor's porch. My quick raps on the door were answered by the steel barrel of a shotgun. I lifted my hands. Don't shoot! It's me! Jonathan was wild-eyed. His hair was unkempt and he wore the same clothes I saw him in yesterday. Who are you? I'm Dylan. Your neighbor? Remember? He put the barrel against my throat and I pinched my eyes shut. Oh God, I was about to die. Right here on my neighbor's porch. Memories flooded back to me. My childhood and the fun I had with my siblings and friends. The first date I went on with Robin, which led to a proposal a year later. Robin and I curled up in bed, my hand resting on her swollen stomach. Chandler's birth, and the 5 wonderful years I've had with him. It all went by in a flash. Then my collar was tugged and I collapsed inside Jonathan's house. He slammed the door shut and I heard him lock the deadbolt. My eyes snapped open to find him offering me his hand. Come here, I want to show you something. We were in his home office, looming over his desktop computer. He told me about the military's arrival and how they refused to let him leave early this morning to get breakfast downtown. He'd noticed the dead cell service and lack of internet connectivity too, but he had a closed-circuit security system that didn't run off Wi-Fi. He pointed to wires that ran from the wall into his computer, then he tapped his screen. When you mentioned the Ring doorbell, it made me curious, he said, talking very quickly like a madman. I checked my footage from the night before the spray-painted dots showed up. Look what I found. He played a clip from a camera angled from his house toward his front yard. It was in night vision and showed our street, the houses across it, and the roofs of the houses beyond that. The clip was over in 10 seconds. He snapped his fingers. Did you see it? I shook my head, thinking I needed to leave as soon as possible. The guy had lost all common sense. He replayed the clip. This is from about 10 o'clock that night. Look closer. Then I saw it. A brief flash of dim light traversed the night sky before landing in the middle of the neighborhood. It was like a small firework, dying as it disappeared between some houses. He went to another clip, explaining this one was taken 5 hours later. A group of people in hazmat suits strolled down the sidewalk, skirting each home and spraying every wall. They were marking them. The kid with the bike was correct. What does it mean? I asked, dumbfounded. Jonathan stared at the screen. It means that something came here. Something the government doesn't want to leave. Came from where? Jonathan looked up, straight up, and opened his mouth to answer. A harsh noise exploded from the front of his house and sent us both jumping off the ground. Jonathan grabbed his shotgun and raced down his hallway. I peeked out of his home office to discover 2 soldiers had kicked in his door and were pointing their rifles at Jonathan. They shouted for him to drop his weapon, then a hail of gunfire erupted. Jonathan tumbled to the ground, his body a mess of blood and bullet holes. His fedora lay by his lifeless body. My heart leapt into my throat as I realized I was trapped. I could hide in the office room closet or behind the desk. That would only delay the enviable. Instead, I tried the window. It opened silently. I climbed out and darted through Jonathan's backyard, then scaled his backyard fence, hopping into the space between his property and my own. Shrubs and a dogwood tree hid my activity, but through the leaves I saw a road was now filled with Humvees. Soldiers scurried around the lawns of my neighbors. They were bursting into homes through doors and windows. I smelled smoke. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But I did know one thing. I had to get back to Robin and Chandler. I hopped my fence, foisting myself over the hard edge and landing sharply on my shoulder. The pain radiated up my neck, but I ignored it. I had to keep my family safe. A movement near Jonathan's house stole my attention, so I risked a glance through the fence pickets. 2 soldiers, burdened with flamethrowers, marched around the house. "These 2 are marked," one of the soldiers said. "Light 'em up." I bolted to my back door, kicking it in my hurried attempt to reach my family. Robin stood in the living room, a look of consternation on her face. Her attempt at a smile was pathetic. "Dylan, you're back." I grabbed her and looked her in the eyes. "We have to go. I'll grab Chandler." I turned to go, but Robin held me in place. She no longer looked scared, but stern. Something had changed. She'd learned something. Something terrible. "We can't take Chandler with us." My eyes teared up. "Why?" "I just spoke with Mrs. Raskova. She said something came from the sky 2 nights ago. Something that changed the children in our neighborhood." The children?" My mind refused to believe it. "But Chandler." "No, Dylan, he's changed. I saw it. He's not our Chandler anymore. I locked him in his room." I turned back and saw a chair had been placed against the door. I ran down the hall, against my wife's pleas. I cried out for my son. "Chandler!" "Daddy, help! Open the door! My stomach hurts." I touched the chair, ready to throw it aside and take him to safety. Then I saw Robin beside me. She was crying, begging me not to open the door. "We need to leave," she whispered. "It's not safe." It's not safe. I removed my hand from the chair and stepped back. Chandler beat against the door. "Please, Mama. Please, Daddy. I'm scared. Let me out." Robin put her hands on my cheeks. Her fingers were cold. She was in shock, just like me, at all the chaos that was going on. A tear fell down her cheek. "Chandler's beyond our help. We need to leave. Now." My son. My sweet, beautiful Chandler. Suddenly everything made sense. The light in the sky, the military presence, the markings on the homes. If Mrs. Raskova and Robin were correct, soldiers were here to eliminate an entire neighborhood so the spread of some cosmic virus wouldn't spread. A type of deadly pathogen that overtakes and controls the human body. A pathogen that overtook my son's body. I took another step back and began to weep. Robin patted me on the back. "Our son is gone, Dylan, but we can make it out." A new goal washed over me. I couldn't save my son. He was already lost. But I could save Robin. I grabbed her shoulder and pushed her toward the back door. I found the doorknob the instant our front door was caved in. Soldiers announced their presence, but we were already running through our backyard and toward the fence. One of the pickets in the back section was loose, a discovery we made last summer after we found a raccoon had snuck into our backyard. So I lifted it. We crawled through and dashed into a small wooded section. "Keep running, babe!" I shouted. "Keep going straight and we'll get to the road. If we can get out before reinforcements come, we can get out of here." She was fast, running quickly over brambles and leaves, and I did my best to keep up. My shoulder was raging with pain now. Then we both stopped. A lone soldier stood with his back to us in a clearing. He hadn't spotted us yet. He called on his radio, then scanned the area. Robert and I hid behind a large oak tree. Now facing back toward our neighborhood, I could see the roof of my home. Flames licked the sides and smoke billowed into the sky to join the smoke from other homes being burned. Chandler, my son, he was gone. They'd burned him. No, it wasn't my son they'd burned. It was something else. Something terrible. I fought back tears, knowing I had to protect my wife. I grabbed her hand, my heart hammering so hard I couldn't even feel Robin's pulse in my palm. I knew what I had to do. "I love you," I whispered. Keep running straight. Don't let them see you. I didn't let her respond. It was too painful. And I didn't want her to talk me out of it. I lunged from out of the cover of the tree and sprinted directly at the soldier. A response from his radio blocked the noise of my approach. By the time he turned around, it was too late. We fell to the ground in a wrestling match. I pinned my body against him so he couldn't raise his rifle. My fists went to work, but the man was strong. In a masterful move, he tossed my body off his torso and rolled on top of me. He had a pistol at my head. Don't fucking move, he yelled, then called into his radio. I got one. Uninfected. He removed some handcuffs and clamped them over my wrists. I spat at him. Of course I'm not infected, you idiot, I shouted. I'm not a child. The soldier wiped the blood off his busted lip and regarded me quizzically. Child? Whatever landed here doesn't affect children. It only affects women. Women? I craned my neck to see where Robin was. She was no longer behind the tree. Were you with anyone else? The soldier asked. A daughter? A sister? A wife? A deep darkness swelled around me and grabbed at my mind. What had I done? What had I let my wife do to our son? I left Chandler there. To burn. I looked around again for any sign of Robin. She had escaped. Ooh, ooh. And that was Houses in My Neighborhood Have Been Marked Like Trees, Ready to Be Cut Down by Dr. Elsewhere. This story's phenomenal. This story, right from the get-go, it's got a lot of mystery, a lot of intrigue. You kind of get the idea that, oh, okay, well, something crazy is going to be happening. The fact their houses are marked, and it's like an entire neighborhood and things. And then you find out that it could be like aliens or something. And then obviously the government's trying to contain everything. It makes a lot of sense in those regards. And then what else I really like is that I've read the story twice because I needed to kind of just double check certain things. And there were little telltale signs throughout that kind of made it very suspicious of the wife. So it kind of forewarned you ahead of time. And that was so clever. So clever. What a great story. What an absolutely great story. I mean, the fact that that you know when Dylan's cleaning up after the son's vomit and stuff, and the bleach and his drink were like next to each other. It's like, oh, okay, well, it's suspicious, I guess, but whatever. That's obviously a big telltale sign. So she's poisoning the child to cover her own tracks. Oh my god. But I mean, this only happened within like a day or two. It's crazy. Crazy. And then the fact that he mentions that, her hands were cold, she might be in shock with him and stuff, and it's like, or, she might not be human. God, I've got like hiccups all of a sudden. Like, I'm too excited. But yeah, so obviously she's not human. That's probably why she's got cold blood, maybe. And then couldn't feel her pulse. It's just all these little things that you can so easily just glance over because he explains things so well. Wow. This story was great. This story was so good. As you can tell by my excitement level, I have super enjoyed this. Super enjoyed this. What a story. God, that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I have been Nate at Night, and I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I really hope you have too. Let me know what you want to see next. Till next time.
Thank you so much to our Patreon members and YouTube members for making all this content possible. You know who you are.